And the only spicy, and I'm back today with another All Signs Live. I hope that y'all are having a blessed evening. I hope that you all are doing well. I'm doing well, and I'm definitely excited to be back here with another reading for today. I'm just going to take a second and enter the live on my laptop and then also pin the All Signs reading question for tonight, which is, why did your relationship or connection break up? Okay, so I know that most of us are going to be watching for love. So I'm just going to focus on love romantic readings. But if it's platonic, then of course take the messages as they apply. But as you all are coming into the live, say hey. Let me know how you're doing. Let me know where you're tuning in from. And then also let me know which sign that you would like me to get started with. If not, then I'm just going to go ahead and choose a sign. I'm just going to choose one at random. So, yeah, as you're entering, let me know how you're doing. Let me know where you're tuning in from. And then also which sign to get started with. Hey, Casey. Casey, let me know which sign to get started with. And let me go ahead and pin the question. And then, yeah, we'll get the show on the road. Thank you so much, Casey. Yep, definitely make sure that you like the live. Okay. Sagittarius. Yes, happy birthday. Happy birthday. Y'all, I didn't share, but my son actually turned 12 on December 1st. Okay, he turned 12 on December 1st. Like, I didn't really want to post any pictures of him because he don't want his face out there, okay? And so I have to respect that. I have to respect it. So he definitely turned 12. Um, and that's all I'm gonna say. I'm gonna leave it right there. Okay, I'm gonna leave it right there. Because preteens are different. They are different. Yes, Casey, a Sag baby. A Sag baby. And happy birthday to you as well, Casey. He is a Sag baby, like it's a lot. It's a lot for his Leo mother to handle. Oh, your twin niece and nephew turned 3. Oh, on December 1st. That's so cute. Oh, I miss that age. I miss it. Okay, your birthday's next Saturday. Okay, well, happy early birthday. Yeah, happy early birthday. All right, Casey, let me go ahead and get to Sagittarius. And I'm going to tell y'all the different questions that I'm asking within the main question. And yeah. All right, Sagittarius is on top. All right, y'all. But yeah, so this is gonna pretty much be like a you versus them. Oh, you said their mom's a Leo as well. Double trouble. Okay. Double trouble. That's hilarious. So yeah, this is gonna be a you versus them. The 3 different questions that I'm gonna be asking is, what energy did you and them enter the relationship with? How did you and them show up within the relationship, and where was the disconnect, or where did the energy stop aligning? So pretty much we're just looking at why the connection ended. We're exploring both energies, and it's not really about blame. It's more so about awareness, clarity, and growth. Okay, so I'm not pointing the finger at anybody. Okay, I'm not pointing the finger at anybody. We also have to take accountability for how we show up. So it's really just about awareness, so that when you move on, you can do better. Okay, do better. All right, so let's go ahead and get started. Casey, you laughing at me? Yeah, double trouble. Okay, double trouble. Like, my son really be thinking that like all the years that I've spent on this earth have not taught me anything. Like, that's really how he be acting. He be acting like he know more than me. I just be like, stop being such a know-it-all. Like, stop being a know-it-all. Like, all right, so let's go ahead and get started. Sagittarius, your timestamp is going to be 5 minutes and 15 seconds. 5, 15. All right. What energy did you enter the relationship with? Aww. All right, what energy did they enter the relationship with? I know you're probably like, yeah. So basically, what I'm getting is that like you enter the relationship already feeling, I just want to give you a hug, like already feeling a bit like unlovable, just not really understanding that you truly deserve someone that can like support you emotionally, someone that can be there for you, someone that can show up for you. That was something that you were needing. I feel like in your past relationships, you've been like ignored, or in many ways, you've been made to feel like you're too much. Okay, like you're too much. So I feel like it was difficult for you to kind of understand how to navigate this relationship and how to show up. Okay, feeling like, oh, I'm too much, and then in other instances you might have also felt like, oh, I'm not enough. So I just feel like it was you swinging back and forth from different like extremes, so not really knowing how to be, not really knowing how to show up, how to present yourself. So that's why I'm like, oh, I'm just gonna give you a hug. I'm sorry, Sagittarius. Like, yeah, just like dealing with people who didn't really know how to love you. Because what I just heard was Love Me in a Special Way, okay, by DeBarge. I just heard that song, Love Me in a Special Way. So just feeling like, you're unique and people haven't really taken the time to get to understand you as a person, to accept you, not really taking the time to get to know like what your love languages are, like how you actually receive love. So you came into the connection already feeling like unlovable. Hey, Tina, Tina Sun. I hope I said your name right. Tina. Tina, yeah, you already came into the connection like burnt out and exhausted with love and relationships. Okay. I feel like you still gave it a chance, but you came in, burnt out and exhausted. And I feel like you just had a very long history. I just heard string of lovers. So it's like you just had a very long history as it relates to like love and romance. I don't feel like this was your first relationship. I feel like in many ways you've been there, done that. Okay. You've been there, done that. You've experienced a lot. And like at this point, you were just burnt out and already tired. So I'm feeling like this relationship was something that maybe you should not have necessarily like entered, even though you wanted to give it a chance. But I actually feel like you needed more of a break. Like you needed more of a break, or just like focusing on something else and not just, love and relationships. Like pouring into another aspect of your life as opposed to giving this a chance. Okay. Okay, so what energy did they enter the relationship with, and also how did they show up? Well, this person, they entered the relationship with just like a lot of insecurities as well. Like this person doesn't really know who they can feel safe and secure with, but I think it's because they're not really safe and secure with who they are as a person. So this is definitely someone who may have projected onto you that you were too much because they weren't necessarily used to handling someone with a bigger, or what I heard was a larger than life personality. So in many ways, it's like it kind of reflected back onto this person that, oh, like maybe I'm not enough. So there seems like there's some mirroring that's kind of going on between you and them. It seems like that's what is going on. That's the energy that I really feel. But yeah, this person wasn't really confident when they what I want to say is when they approached you, or when the both of you started connecting, they weren't really confident. I kind of feel like this person was outside, what do I want to say, you were out of this person's league, because what I heard was like this person was like batting outside of their range, or they may have been you know how it is in boxing where they have different weight classes. Is like you're not in this person's weight class. Okay, so I feel like they kind of went out on a limb and took a risk, but they weren't necessarily confident in being able to like maintain or sustain your connection. Okay, so how did they show up within this relationship? I feel like this person did a lot of like procrastinating. I feel like they may have even had you like waiting. Um, just, I don't even want to say like it was stagnant energy. I feel like at a point in time it was progressing, but then it started to regress because this individual didn't really have a sense of direction. I don't think they actually really know what to do with you. Or even knew like how they could fit you into their life. I just feel like this is a risk that this person took rather. But like I said, they didn't really know what to do with you. If that makes sense. They didn't really know what to do with you. Like just being very straightforward and direct with it. So if you experienced some issues where you felt like, okay, this person wasn't showing you love, they weren't, you know, engaging in like your love language or making you feel loved, it's like they didn't really know how to. I just feel like it was a risk and they're really just batting outside of the range, just to repeat that or to reiterate that message. um but yeah, I just feel like this person was in many ways just like a time waster. Okay, so that's how they showed up in your connection, like they were just wasting time. Okay. I felt like y'all were just like, okay, what's next? What's next? Like, and this person didn't even really know what was next. Weird. Hey, Guerrero. Hey, Royalty Freedom. All right, so where was the disconnect? Or where did the energy stop aligning? Yeah, I feel like things started to like disconnect when you realize that this person wasn't necessarily being like truthful and honest with you about like what their intentions were or what they wanted. I feel like there was information that you were like looking for from this person, but that you started to become very like exhausted with them because you weren't necessarily getting like the information that you felt like you needed to proceed any which way, whether it was remaining in the connection with them or just going ahead and ending it. I also feel like this person, I feel like they, it's funny because I'm saying this for Sagittarius, but I feel like they acted like they were like a know it all or something, like a know it all. I also feel like this person wasn't too, like, I want to say loving or compassionate with the way that they delivered information to you. So I feel like that was something that definitely turned you off. But I'm definitely picking up here that this person has a like a know-it-all type of attitude, or like, someone who's like self-righteous, like they feel like their way is the right way. And it's like, what way? Because the person that we're talking about didn't even have a sense of direction. They didn't even necessarily know what they wanted with you. So that's why I feel like this could have been someone that was like, oh, let's just allow things to develop. Or you might have thought that they were moving at a very slow and steady pace, like, that Knight of Pentacles energy. But it's like, no, like this is definitely someone who was wasting time. Like you might have thought you was making progress, but you were not necessarily doing that. You were out of this person's league. But yeah, I think this person tried to put up like a front as though they were like on top of it, or they were very clear with their intentions, or clear with like the direction or even the pace of your connection. But yeah, I think the disconnect happened when you started to actually like defend yourself and stand up for yourself. Um, and just like letting this person know that like you were rebellious as well. It's like you didn't necessarily have to go along with their program. And I also feel like you pushed back as well. Like that wasn't necessarily something that they were expecting. And so they really just interpreted this as you being defiant. Okay. They interpreted this as you being defiant. So I wouldn't put it past this person to act in a very cold and detached way, especially once you started to advocate for yourself and let this person know that, like, okay, your opinion is your opinion, your perspective is your perspective, but I have a different view of what I'm experiencing. So I feel like you focus more so on what you were experiencing from this person, where they just tried to approach you from more of like an intellectual point of view, like they knew what they were doing, or even that they were knowledgeable about relationships or experience within relationships. But nah, this person was definitely wasting your time. Okay, they didn't even have a sense of confidence that they could even bag and secure somebody like you and maintain the type of relationship. So yeah, I just think this person took a risk. Okay, it obviously ain't work out. Okay, all right. Oh, you said, yeah, yeah, Realty Freedom. It was my son's birthday. And yeah, Casey's birthday is coming up. Thank you so much, Casey. Y'all don't forget to like the live, subscribe, comment, and then also hype up the video as well. All right, y'all. So I'm just gonna go ahead and pull a surrender card for you. What you can surrender to as far as it relates to this connection, okay? And just even for yourself, because like I said, it's really about awareness. So I don't want anybody to be offended as far as like the energies that are coming out about you. It's just for you to you know, just accept if it resonates with you and make the changes that are necessary so that you experience more successful relationships. But yeah, for your surrender card, you got surrender to prayer. Give yourself over completely to prayer. When you pray from the heart, you will be heard through the universe, and answers and support will arrive rather. But yeah, another thing I wanted to say here as well is that the disconnect also happened for some of y'all. And the message is definitely specific. I feel like this person could have also included additional people into the relationship. If not lovers, I feel like it was friends and family that were commenting on your relationship. So you may have even had disagreements or arguments with friends and family. Now, that's not for everybody, but friends and family getting in your business, trying to tell you about y'all's relationship, trying to tell you about yourself, that type of thing. So you may have just felt like you couldn't necessarily really trust this person, because if y'all had like one issue or problem, they will run and tell their mom or run and tell their cousin or run and tell their friend, you know, just some stupid stuff like that. So I feel like that definitely brought a lot of attention to you. And I feel like you might have thought this person just kind of left you out to dry, or they what is it that people do? What is it that people do? Oh yeah, you might also felt like this person threw you under the bus. That's what I picked up on, like threw you under the bus, like, or had people, you know, perceiving you inaccurately, so that you were misunderstood or you were being falsely judged or persecuted. So that's kind of what I'm picking up as well. So you might not have only had to defend yourself against them, but also against other people that were in your business, thinking they knew who you were as a person and the type of relationship or connection that you had with the person on your mind that we're doing the reading for. So yeah, I don't really like that. I don't really like that. So especially if you was on social media, it's like there was people gang stalking you, like looking at you, probably even messaging you, like just all type of stupid stuff that people do when they can't stand on their own. Okay. A weak person would have to go, you know, smear your name and make you feel seem some type of way so that other people could judge you. Like, so whoever you're dealing with, weak, can't stand on their own. All right. That's it, Sagittarius. Let's go ahead and move on. Hey, Zelda. Realty Freedom said, yes, find God. Exactly. Just surrender to prayer. That's like the best advice. But sometimes things just are above you. And once it's there, you just have to kind of give it up, okay? And let it go and let God step in and handle it. It's just too much for you to carry. All right. The next fire sign that I have here is Leo. Hey, Jimmy. All right, Leo, your timestamp is going to be 1915. Jimmy, are you a Leo? You a Leo like me? All right, so the question we're asking is, why did your relationship or connection break up? And there's 3 different questions I'm going to be asking within that. Okay, it is you versus them style. All right, so the first question is, what energy did you enter the relationship with? And the same thing for them. Thank you so much, Casey, for posting the timestamps. Yep, just take what resonates and leave what does not. All right, Leo. All right, so you entered this relationship highly anxious, okay? You entered into this highly anxious, and I could even go so far as to say a bit fearful as well. you were definitely afraid to allow yourself to develop intimacy in a very close bond with another person. It didn't matter if this was this person or not, it's just in general. So you were dealing with some underlying anxiety. Um, and not really understanding that, like, yeah, you could be scared, but like the other person you're dealing with could also be scared as well, because it's like you're new people and you're getting to know each other. So yeah, when you enter this relationship, you weren't 100% ready or willing, let's just say willing, to be vulnerable, to be open, and to just allow, I want to say, this person to get to know you, and to really truly allow yourself to get to know this person. So you were a bit afraid. Okay, you were a bit afraid. Um, it just is what it is. Like, I feel like it's kind of the energy of having one foot in and one foot out, like willing to give it a chance, but in many ways, like waiting for the other shoe to drop. Baron gonna say it's all about Jesus Christ and never the cards. Like, if Jesus was here, he would definitely come for you, Baron. He would definitely flame you right here and right now. I hope you know that. Jesus did not judge. Okay, you sound like you a Pharisee. You sound like a Pharisee. Yeah, Jesus would definitely flame you right now in this moment. Anyway, them. Okay, what energy did they enter the relationship with? Well, this person entered the relationship with the energy in which they didn't necessarily believe in love. Casey laughing. They didn't believe in love. Like, this person, similar to Sagittarius, has definitely been there, done that, and they just, I feel like, didn't even give themselves like a chance to actually really heal so that they could show up vulnerable as well. So it's some mirroring going on here. Okay, some mirroring going on. I can't say that you didn't believe in love. I just feel like you were a bit anxious and afraid to develop a close bond and connection with someone. Okay, but for them, it's like the whole. It's like, what I want to say is it was ruined before it even started, because it's like this person didn't even necessarily believe that, love could be something that was possible between you and them. So they kind of already came in with a, I don't want to say like just a negative mindset, but I guess I could say that, like, pessimistic. Um, they weren't really hopeful, and they also didn't really have faith that this could even be something that was successful. Jimmy, you cracking up. Yeah, exactly. People always want to come here and talk about it's about Jesus. Like, do you even read your Bible? Do you even read your Bible? Like, just stop. All right, so how did you show up within the connection? Okay, I mean, okay, so you still wanted to give, though. Okay, it seems like you still wanted to give. It seems like you still showed up for this person. I don't think that you're afraid of love. I just feel like for you, it's like you're just afraid to pour love, care, and compassion into the wrong person. Okay, and that's very common with Leo. Sometimes we tend to be loyal to a fault and loyal to the wrong people, to people that don't necessarily deserve it. Okay, so that's crazy. But I feel like regardless of you being anxious, you still wanted to pour into it, and you still wanted to give this a chance. But I also feel like, um, unconditional love is something that is within you. It's something that you exude, but yeah, you were just a bit afraid and scared to, exhibit this type of love towards this person, or to develop a very deep connection. But it's like you still did it anyway. So you were afraid, but it's like you still kind of pushed back against those fears anyway, and still allowed yourself to engage with the relationship. But more fire, who says I want it from you? Who says I want it from you, more fire? Like, that's the thing y'all don't understand when y'all be saying freaky ass shit like that. It's like, who says that I want it from you? All right, let's go ahead. He gonna say she can get it, but who said I want it from you? All right, let's go ahead and move on. I see tonight gonna be an interesting night. Okay, so how did they show up within this connection? Well, they were exhausted. Okay, like, they were exhausted. I feel like this person's belief in love was like this. Okay, it was like negative 5,000. So this person pretty much came into the connection exhausted. I feel like this person didn't give themselves enough time to heal from their past relationship. So this person may have even been going through a breakup and then decided to connect with you. Okay, or was going through some type of inconsistent hot and cold thing with, someone that they were dealing with, or even multiple people that they were dealing with. So it's like this person didn't even come into the connection healed or as a whole person. They came into the connection very pessimistic and just with a lack of belief. So this person didn't put their best foot forward within this connection with you. And you, I mean, you went past the anxiety and the fear to still show up. So I could say that with you, there was a bit much more willpower to stick it out and to see. With this person, I feel like they kind of already came in, like I said, depleted and exhausted. They needed more time to heal. Oh, thank you, Lion or Lionel Cobb. Okay, you're Aries. I'm actually doing Aries next. Casey said it's so creepy and cringe. Yeah, it is. It's creepy and cringe. Like, hey, Carden Price. Hey, Carden Price. Okay, so where was the disconnect, or where did the energy stop aligning? Well, for you, I mean, you kind of looked at this situation as it was just impossible. You looked at this relationship as though it was just too challenging for you. You just felt like this person was weighing you down. You felt like this connection was weighing your life down. And the best thing that you could do was to just cut ties and move forward and to put distance between you and them. So in many ways, you just understood that like there was a lesson that this person was here to teach you. What I heard was divinely guided to teach you. So y'all, this could definitely be one of those like intense soulmate connections where it's like you're gonna learn something, but you're gonna learn something from every connection. I believe that every connection is karmic. There's a lesson for you to learn. So I feel like with you, the lessons that you learned from this person were more so like negatively reinforced, but you got the picture and you got the clue. And so where the disconnect happened is when you just realize like, okay, I'm just accept the lesson here. It was a lesson learned, but within that being said, I need to leave this person behind in the past, and I need to be okay with distancing myself so that I can maintain a sense of peace in my life. So for you, peace was more important than partnership. Okay. And once you got that picture and got the clue, you had to leave. For others, the disconnect could have even happened if you decided to like move. Some of y'all could have like literally moved locations, moved for work, or, just traveled somewhere else. And that also put like an energetic distance between you and them. Okay, so this a new relationship? Okay. Well, the disconnect happened, I think, when this person started a new relationship with another person. I think that's something that was definitely an issue here. So this person, it seems like, depending on what type of relationship that you had, if this was like a situationship, it's like they started talking to a new person, entertaining a new option. I don't like calling people options, but that's what we have here. um or if this was yeah, like if this was someone you weren't really serious with, they could have already been dating someone, and then like I said, they just ended up like renewing the connection with them. So yeah, that's crazy. That's where the disconnect started, and that's where it happened. This person feeling like there was a better opportunity elsewhere with someone else. Yeah. Yeah. For some of y'all, this person may have even went ahead and got married, which is weird because they're not even healed. They're not even healed. Like, they're not. So they may have just proposed a relationship with a new person or a newer person or someone that they were already dealing with. For some of you, this person, yeah, this person, if they didn't propose, they may have already been married. So that's crazy. Like, that's crazy. I think this is someone who has shiny penny syndrome. They're always looking for the next best thing, the next best opportunity. Yeah, you got out of there. You got out of there. Like, you realized that you didn't need this person in order to get what it was that you wanted out of life. You don't even need this person for your financial stability or security. It's like you're a whole entire person on your own. This is someone who needs to latch on to other people's energy to feel complete because they don't know how to generate energy on their own. They're not a source of energy. You, yeah, you got out of there. Okay. You definitely decided that you were going to go focus on being ambitious in other areas of your life. You realized that your success was not dependent on this individual. And you also realized that you had to place your focus somewhere else. 9 times out of 10, like I said, you place your focus in yourself. You place your focus in yourself. Like, so I don't feel like you moved on to be in another relationship. I just feel like you moved on to develop a better relationship with yourself. Okay. Coming into agreement with yourself. I think this person moved on to another relationship. It reminds me of that song by SZA. I don't really listen to SZA's music a lot, but it's a song by her called Broken Clocks. And I think she said in that song, I moved on for the better. You moved on to whoever. Okay. So that's what I'm getting, Leo. Like when she said, I moved on for the better. You moved on to whoever. I think that's what she said in that song. Y'all could correct me if I'm wrong in the chat or even in the comments, but that's kind of what I'm getting here. And there's also a heavy emphasis. There's a heavy emphasis here, like I said, on travel. But if anything, it's just like you energetically and emotionally had to remove yourself from this situation, like far away. Because like, that's what I heard, a land far, far away. So yeah, some of you may have actually moved your location or moved your environments. But yeah, that's crazy because the person you're dealing with is like they're not even healed and they're just jumping from one relationship to another. That's crazy to me. And they think that, oh, that's a better opportunity over there. Like, that's crazy. Look, it is what it is. It is what it is. Like, and I also feel like they were influenced by another person to do that. Someone definitely influenced them to move on or to go deal with somebody else. Or someone may have even told this person, like, oh, well, you could always get better, or there's always going to be better. And it's like the thing that people need to understand is like there may be better, but who's to say that better is available to you? Okay, who's to say that it's available to you? And I'm not talking about y'all the collective, but I'm just talking about these people. Okay, like who's to say that better is going to be available for you? Who's to say that? So I think people need to understand that, like, if you're going to have that type of mentality and just treat people like they're replaceable, or you could swap them out and get an upgrade, it's like, it doesn't always work like that. Tell me what y'all think about that. All right, so let's get you all a surrender card, what you can surrender to so that you can continue to keep moving on with your life. All right, so this card says, surrender your addictions. Okay. Whether you're addicted to substances, food, people, sex, or overworking, take action to begin to heal the addiction and replace it with healthier alternatives. I just feel like this is about making healthier choices. So you all could definitely, subconsciously be addicted to or desiring people that show up like this person. Okay. People that show up like this, like unhealed people. Okay. So you just have to do what you need to become self-aware as it pertains to codependency. All right. And just where you fit within those types of relationship dynamics and being able to heal it and move on and make healthier choices. So choose healthier people. All right. Let's go ahead and move on. Mandy said, I'm moving on. Hey, Coach Unique. Yep, Coach Unique. We just got done doing Leo. Now we're about to move on to Aries. And shout out to the moderators in the chat. I'm just resetting my cards because I have like 4 different decks that I'm using. I'm using 3 Oracle decks and 1 Tarot deck. So it's going to take me a second to reset. All right, let's move on to Aries. Aries, your timestamp is going to be 35 minutes for Aries. All right, Aries, let's go ahead and get started. The question is, why did your relationship or connection break up? And I'm going to do like a you versus them style of reading. All right, so the first question I'm going to be asking Aries is, what energy did you enter the relationship with? And then also for the person on your mind. Mm-hmm. Okay, I mean, this is interesting. Okay, so Aries, the energy that you came into the relationship with was like, it's the type of energy in which it's like you had standards and expectations from the jump. And I'm not mad. Okay, I'm not mad at that. I'm not mad at that. Like knowing what you're willing to go for and what you're not going for, like, you know, establishing your boundaries from the beginning, or even just having a certain expectation of, you know, how you expect to be treated in relationships and just how you expect the other person to show up. Okay, so you may have been very clear, very direct, and also very straightforward with that. Okay. I also feel like yeah, Aries, I just have to say this, but it's like the energy that you came in with was very high maintenance. Okay, it's very high maintenance. Like it was, okay. And the reason why I'm saying that is because it's like you may have set, don't get mad at me, okay, but you may have set a very impossible standard for this person, especially from the jump, from like you getting to know this person. And I feel like one of the best things that you can do is to, yes, state what your boundaries are, but also give the people that you are dealing with a chance to like emotionally connect to you, okay, so that there's more of a higher likelihood that, you know, they will at least be able to like want to work things out with you, want to compromise with you, want to meet you where you're at. But it's very difficult, and it's a bit like intimidating and daunting to like, you know, deal with someone and from the jump they're just like, well, I expect $300 massages. Okay, I expect you to call me and text me every day. Not saying that that's the energy that you came with, Aries, but it's like I'm just giving examples of like how someone can be very demanding, okay? And how that can just be a bit difficult for someone to like, you know, fall into, or for someone to accept, or it's a bit difficult for someone to like engage with you when you're coming in with like, you know, just a list of things and listing it off to this person. So I feel like it's not necessarily what you say, but it's how you say it. So I'm not discouraging you from having standards and expectations, but you may have to find, um what do I want to say, like a better way, or a more peaceful way, to kind of like bring it up. Okay, to bring it up or to express it. That's all I'm saying. Double take high life. Thank you so much for sending Jules. I'm gonna go ahead and put some streamers in the chat for you. Hey, Cha Cha. I hope you're doing well. We're on Aries right now. Um, yeah, we're on Aries. Okay, so them, okay, what energy did they enter the relationship with? Well, this person came in thinking that you were going to eventually cheat on them. That's crazy. Like, I think this is someone who came in with a lot of fears. Okay, definitely a lot of fears, but specifically the main one that's sticking out is like you cheating. Okay, them thinking that you would be like the other people that they've dealt with in the past. Okay, I don't think this person really approached you and really truly gave you a chance like to really get to know you, or to see like, okay, you may not have decided to up and cheat, or if there were issues that you would be willing to like work it out with them and talk it out, as opposed to being passive aggressive and, you know, just going to do something shady behind their back. But yeah, this person kind of came in, I'm just kind of picking up more so like the Seven of Swords in reverse energy, where it's like the connection may not have necessarily broke down because you cheated on them, but the connection still broke down because it was a self-fulfilling prophecy. Like this person thought that, you know, something would happen that would completely destroy or ruin any type of trust that they had with you. And specifically, they were thinking, okay, it could be cheating that could be going on. So yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. Like, yeah, I heard one too many times. Yeah, this person been cheated on one too many times. So They thought that it would be you. So yeah, this person definitely came in with some trust issues. I wouldn't be surprised if they weren't trying to like figure out who you were talking to, or if there was ever any like moments or periods where y'all weren't conversing, just asking like, who are you out with, or like, just saying stupid shit like that, like, oh, you could be dealing with somebody else. Y'all know the things that people project. But yeah, this person, they definitely had a fear of you like deciding to leave them and go deal with someone else. Like, and it probably was even more of a fear once they realized that they couldn't really meet your standards and expectations. Oh, this is the wrong deck. All right, so how did you show up within the relationship? Okay. Yeah, you had your strong, you had your, your strong standards and expectations that you were definitely advocating for, which, I'm not mad at you. To this person, it definitely came off as being too demanding. I get it. But yeah, I think that you actually showed up with, some level of patience here. Okay. I think you gave this person a chance. For some of you, you could have gave this person like multiple chances. Like you could have dealt with this person, um, inconsistently, where it was like y'all may have been connecting with each other, they had a falling out, and you decided to give this person another chance. So there's potentially multiple like cycles that you've experienced with this person. But eventually, I think that you became very like overwhelmed with this. Okay. And I just feel like this person wasn't able to meet your standards and expectations. So at a certain point in time, you were just like, okay, like this is it for me. Like this is the final straw. So I think you exercised some patience with this person, but then at a point in time became very impatient. All right. So how did they show up within this connection? Thank you, James. Well, this person basically showed up within the connection. Yeah. This person showed up within the connection like more so focusing on themselves, or just making sure that they weren't hurt, or that, if you did hurt them, they would be able to like pull themselves together and to exit the connection. That's really the energy that they came in with. This person came in thinking that they could not necessarily trust you, and I also feel like that's why this person really didn't pour into you, or even try to, meet your needs, whatever your needs were, or whatever you desired from them. Those standards and expectations that I described, like, it's like they weren't even necessarily able to do that, because I feel like this person was more so like focused on themselves. So in many ways, this is kind of like the energy of someone having one foot in and one foot out. Like there's nothing wrong with being in an interdependent connection, but I feel like this person was like hyper independent, feeling like, oh, well, this is kind of the energy of someone saying, like, oh, well, I know me, but I don't know you. And it's just like, give yourself a chance to get to know that person. Like, what is the purpose of, participating and engaging in a relationship if you're only going to be focused on yourself? So I just think this was someone who should not have been dating anyway, because they have this immense fear of someone stepping out on them and betraying them and hurting them. So in many ways, I feel like this person is like I don't want to say like a perpetual victim, but I do think that they may have victimized themselves within this connection. So yeah, they projected a lot of like false things onto you. And in many ways, like the feedback that they got from that was, oh, well, I can still engage, but I should definitely be focused on myself. And there's nothing wrong with being self focused, but it's like if you're going to project bad things onto another person, then just don't engage with that person, because already that is going to poison your perception of who that individual is, that individual being you, Aries. So, yeah, this is a lot. Okay, so where was the disconnect, or where did the energy stop aligning? Yeah, I just think this is someone who projected a lot of false things onto you. And for you, you may have, projected a standard onto this person that they were not really capable of meeting. Yeah. Yeah, like Aries, I'm picking up on this Aquarius Queen of Swords energy. So yeah, okay, the Queen of Swords definitely has high standards and high expectations. Okay. So I definitely feel like even though you were patient with this person and you were trying to give them a chance, eventually you just got exhausted with them. You got exhausted with talking, with expressing your opinion. I feel like you got tired of that. And I also feel like you got tired, like I said, of giving this person chances. Because that's the thing people need to understand with the Queen of Swords. Like, she's not immediately going to be like harsh and brutal and super critical and act like a bitch. It's like the Queen of Swords is going to give you a chance. Okay. They're going to give you a chance. So I do feel like you were willing to, give this person chances. But at a certain point in time, you just had to be very honest. Okay. And just let them know it's not working. Yeah. You reached your breaking point where you just felt like enough was enough. Yeah, I also feel like the disconnect happened when you started to see things clearly for what it is or for what it was at the time. And I also feel like you were just tired of, I think I said this already, just like stating your opinion or trying to tell this person about yourself because they projected a lot of like false and inaccurate things onto you. It's like you got tired of having to tell this person about yourself or having to correct them. I kind of got the energy of someone being like, no, let me tell you about me. Like, that type of energy, because I feel like this is that individual who will like enter relationships and be like, oh, well, I'll engage with you, but I know me, I don't know you. And it's just like, okay. So I even feel like this person tried to dumb you down or make it seem like they were on some pedestal or they were, on some other shit, and you were just like everybody else. So I feel like you were constantly having to defend yourself and let this person know, like, well, if you can't see who I am, then I'm going to tell you who I am. I feel like that's the kind of energy that you exhibited towards them because you was just tired of being misjudged, misunderstood. That's also similar to, I think, Sagittarius is reading. Okay, so where did the energy stop aligning? Similar to another sign, I feel like this was someone who just they moved on, but I feel like they moved on and with they moved on with others. I feel like that's what they did. They moved on with others. Okay, not just other. So they could have been multiple parties that were involved in your connection. Okay, multiple parties that were involved in your connection. Um, I also feel like this person never brought you any like good or positive news. I feel like every time you talk to this person, it was always some BS, like always something. I feel like they were really like getting on your nerves or like irritating you with their false projections. I feel like that's something that you just kind of was exhausted with. Yeah, I do think that this is someone who moved on with another person. They maybe even went back to an ex, which is crazy because that's the person that really cheated. But yeah, this person definitely moved on to another connection, and I feel like that was something that you were okay with. Yeah, that was something that you were okay with. Aries, some of you all could have entered into another relationship, even something that's more committed. So it didn't really matter anyway. This was kind of like a wash, if that makes sense. Hey, Fred George. All right, so let me get you all a surrender card, what you can surrender to so you can continue to keep moving forward with your life. Okay, Spirit says surrender to the wisdom of your body. All right, listen to your body's messages about a person or situation. If you feel physically drained or uncomfortable, be cautious. If you are energized and happy, move forward. Yeah, I feel like over time you were definitely becoming drained and uncomfortable with this individual, and you all have definitely imposed your boundaries. You all may have even just went ahead and cut this person off, especially if you learned that this was an individual who is like communicating and chatting and being flirty with other people. They may even also been making like travel plans to move away or to go away. So yeah, I think that was definitely an issue with you as well, especially if they weren't communicative and upfront and letting you know what was going on. So yeah, that's crazy, Aries. Hopefully this reading resonated with you and you develop the awareness and the clarity you need to just continue to keep moving forward. This may have also been a long distance situation as well, like connection or relationship for whoever you're thinking about. You gave it a chance though. You gave it a chance. I can say that. Oh, thank you so much, Lionel. Hey, Fred George. I don't know if I said hi already. All right. Let's go ahead and move on to, I feel like somebody asked for, let me scroll back up. Oh my God. Okay, Jesse, that's crazy. That sounds like some Final Destination stuff. Talking about I would chuck myself into a wood chipper. Like, that's crazy as hell. Like, yeah, it's a bit cringe too. What? All right, who are we moving on to? Which sign? I feel like someone has said something other than the fire signs, but I can't. I don't know. Y'all let me know. I'm about to, yeah, exactly, Casey. Yeah, people be on some weird stuff. You gonna say LMFAO to be tissue? Hey, smiley face. What's up, Chris? Y'all let me know which sign to move on to. All right, Cha-Cha said Pisces. Oh, crap. I didn't even see that I had spilled some of my carrot juice on the table. Like, that's crazy. All right, Pisces, your timestamp is going to be 52:45. Oh, you want to say I'm still getting ready. That's what's up. Well, you still have time. You still have time. All right, Pisces. Yep, 52:45. You are up. The question that we're asking, hey, Harper. The question that we're asking is, why did your relationship or connection break up? And of course, I'm going to be asking 3 different questions within that, and it's a you versus them style reading. So the first question I'm going to be asking is, what energy did you enter the relationship with? Oh, dang. Sorry, y'all. Let me shuffle this deck better. Just want one card to come out, and I keep getting... All right. Yo, that's hilarious. So Pisces, Spirit's saying that the energy you entered this relationship with was an energy of ambivalence. Okay, so I'm getting that you are ambivalent. Okay, so you may say that you want to be in a relationship. You may say that you want a partner. You know, you want, someone that you could gallivant around town with, okay, or roll around in the bed with. That's up to you, all right, or both. So you may say that you want a lover, you may say that you want a partner, but you're not necessarily all in, okay? You're not necessarily all in. And then also, there was some ambivalence about like you knowing exactly what it is that you wanted. So you may have just needed some extra time to like literally figure out like what you wanted in a person, or to even figure out if you were willing to make time and space for a relationship. Okay. I'm also picking up on the Two of Pentacles energy as well. Now, oftentimes when that energy shows up in a reading, I don't just say like, oh, this person was trying to juggle you and another person. Like sometimes it's about that other person, or even you deciding if you want to spend your time engaging in relationships or not. Okay. Like, do you want to do this or not? Do you want to focus on other aspects or areas of your life or not? Okay, so I feel like for you, that's the energy I'm picking up. Okay, so you may say that you want to be with someone, but did you really want to be in a relationship? We don't know. Okay, so spirit is saying that you were ambivalent when you entered this connection. Cha-cha gonna say LMAO, gallivants. Talk about it. Y'all, I was gallivanting all around town for the past year. Okay? All around town. But I shut it down in the wintertime, okay? I gotta hibernate. I don't like being outside like that. All right, so how did they enter the connection? I'm gonna just take the card that was on top. But yeah, basically, this person entered the connection thinking that everyone was gonna leave them anyway. Okay, so that another negative and pessimistic mindset. Okay, they have another mindset, or at least this person has that type of mindset where it's like they just feel like, what's the point? Okay, and it seems like I think sometimes people need to take accountability for just the choices that they have made. So whomever is on your mind, it's like they tend to choose people that are non-committal. You know, people that just end up abandoning them and leaving them anyway. So I mean, at the end of the day, like we all are just gonna have to choose better. But yeah, this person came into the connection thinking that you were gonna leave them because everybody leaves, everybody abandons them. Like they always are experiencing some type of loss. So in many ways, I feel like this person kind of came in um, ready to like self alienate, if that makes sense. Like they came in ready to self alienate, ready to, in many ways, like leave you before you could leave them because they just didn't want to feel like the pain and sting of you potentially leaving them. And I mean, I could kind of see how that person would feel like, oh, you would leave too. Because like they did pick up and sense like some, like I said, ambivalence from you or just a bit of confusion. Like if you wanted to have a relationship or be in a relationship or not, if you wanted them or not. So there was too many like answer questions from this person's point of view. All right. How did you show up within the connection? Yeah, I feel like your ambivalence definitely showed up as like instability. That makes sense. Instability, like maybe sometimes you wanted to deal with this person and talk to them, and then other times you didn't want to. So I feel like this person experienced that as like mixed signals. And with this type of ambivalent energy, it's like we're also putting it out to the universe, those mixed signals as well. So like it kind of does affect the success or the progress of a relationship because it's like you may say that you want it, but then you may also be acting in ways that go against the energy or go against the current or block the progress and the momentum of the connection. So yeah, you definitely came into the connection a bit unstable, okay? But don't think I mean that you were emotionally unstable, like super reactive. I just think you had to decide if, you know, a relationship was something that you wanted to engage in or not from the beginning. Hey, Jackie. Yes, it definitely is Sagittarius season. If you're looking for the reading for Sagittarius, we went first, and the timestamp was 5:15. Okay, we went with Sagittarius first, 5:15. That's the timestamp. All right. So them. Yeah, so they showed up being in delusional la la land. Delusional la la land. And I feel like in some ways it's like this person had to be this way or they had to like fantasize about the connection because at the end of the day, like their subconscious belief was that everyone leaves them or that you were gonna leave them anyway. So I feel like in many ways they try to like just, I want to say like, what do I want to say? Delay the inevitable, but it's not to say that you would leave them, okay? But that's just the way I'm picking it up. Is like they tried to delay the inevitable about like fantasizing, Like they could have even been future faking or pushing a lot of things out into the future of what the both of y'all could have. But it's like this thing ended because subconsciously they thought you would abandon them and leave them, and they thought they would experience a loss with you. So I think this person fantasizes to like get out of that like false sense of reality that they've created for themselves, which is weird. I hope y'all get what I'm saying. Like, I hope y'all get what I'm saying, but it's just kind of weird. So this may have been someone who put out a lot of like false promises, someone who like future faked a lot, like saying what y'all would have in the future. They may have even been trying to like convince you to stay, but it's crazy because it's like they thought you would leave anyway. So yeah, I just think that's crazy. That's crazy because it's like regardless of your ambivalence, it's like you still supported this person. Okay, you still supported them. You were still generous with them. If they needed any type of like resource, that doesn't just have to be like money or clothes or food. It could literally just be like pieces of information that would help better their situation, or even if you pointed them towards like a job opportunity that they could take a hold of, a financial opportunity or blessing. Like, I just feel like you still was giving. You still gave to this person. You still supported them. You could have even gave them a leg up. Just actually paying attention to this person and to what their needs were and trying to figure out like, oh, how you could help them to like fulfill their needs. And it wasn't really much to you. Okay. So whatever it was that you gave them, it's like you had an overabundance of. So it wasn't really much. It could have even been energy or effort. It's like you had an overabundance of that to share with them. So that's what you did. Okay. That's what you did. So, I mean, I feel like you showed up trying your best to like respect this person, even though you were still trying to figure out like what it was that you actually wanted, if you wanted a relationship or not, or if you wanted a relationship with them or not. It's like you still showed up and respected this person and supported them, shared information, shared knowledge with them, and you did it from the kindness of your heart. All right, so how did they show up? How did this person show up? I feel like this person, because what I'm getting here is like, I feel like they tried, like, well, what the energy that I'm getting here is like, I don't know if this person, what is it that I'm trying to say? Like, I don't know if this person was like showing up in the right way for the right reasons, is what I want to say. Like, I don't think they were, because there's a part of me that feels like this person was a bit like, what is it? I don't want to say like arrogant or egotistical. I think this person showed up knowing that eventually there would be an expiration date, okay, to this relationship. So I feel like they tried to put their best foot forward, but I think it was more so just to like get something out of it, or to get your attention, or to be noticed by you. So there's something about having your attention that's like super important to this person. Okay. It's something about having your attention that is super important to them. So it just kind of makes me feel like they were just trying to get the most out of the situation because they knew that eventually it would reach some type of expiration date, or eventually the connection would fail. Like I said, they have this belief that everyone leaves. So I feel like I don't want to pick it up as like, okay, this person is being manipulative, but for some of y'all, it very much well could have been that way, where this person, put up a lot of false illusions, false promises, future fake you just to get something out of this because your attention is prime. So that's crazy, especially because you're showing up as someone that is very charitable, like someone that is a humanitarian. So there's something about having your support that could be super important to this person, or it could even have something to do with like image, being connected to you. But I feel like this is more so like being recognized and being validated by you. So I feel like this person really wanted your validation. Yeah, but ultimately it's like they knew it was going to end. So I just feel like the disconnect happened when this person thought to themselves like, okay, well, I'm just going to see what I can get out of this situation and just let it go. So yeah, it's definitely coming up as very arrogant or egotistical, because I was trying to figure out like, what is this? Like, what is this? Yeah, like this connection ended. It's like the more that you poured into this situation, the more that you poured into this person, it's like the more that the connection started to really go downhill. So in many ways, I feel like your ambivalence as related to this individual, like if you wanted a connection with them or not, was more so you were starting to like quell that feeling over time as you started to like pour into this individual. Um, which is crazy because I feel like your ambivalence was needed. Okay, like if you don't want to be in a relationship, you don't necessarily have to, but I do think you were a bit like confused if you should give this person a chance or not, and you still gave them a chance. So I kind of feel like I'm not mad at how you entered the relationship. Okay, I'm not mad at how you entered the relationship, questioning if this was the person or not. Yeah, it wasn't. Sorry, Pisces. It wasn't the person that you should have considered or gave a chance. The right person. Let's just say that. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, for some of y'all, this individual could have definitely been an opportunist as well. And I think that's where things started going downhill. And I also feel like, because I was saying, I don't think this person was egotistical or arrogant, but I feel like your presence in this person's life and you like actually giving this a chance, like kind of fed their ego. It kind of fed their ego. Mm-mm. All right, y'all. Let me just go ahead and get you a surrender card, and then we'll move on. Yeah, for some of y'all, this person could have started like feeling themselves, but I really just think this is someone who is gonna like, just take what they could get. They may have also been using you as like social capital as well, or also just like getting hype off your energy, if that makes sense. Like I feel like your presence and like giving to this person was kind of like gassing them, or it was boosting them for the time being. Yeah, they feel like everyone leaves, so I feel like this person loved the attention that you were giving them. Mhm. All right. Well, your surrender card is surrender outdated beliefs about yourself. Let go of limiting ideas about yourself that originate from the past. Then you can own your power and soar in your life. And I also got you a second card, and it says surrender to your full power. So it's kind of funny how both of those cards came out. Your life is calling for you to step into your full power rather than playing it small. Yeah, I think the first step for you is to figure out what you want. Okay. Do you want to be in a relationship or not? And then also like figuring out the type of person that you want, so that when that person comes into your life, you can choose them. Or when someone comes into your life that is not that person, you could just, pretty much just like pass on them and let them go and not take it too serious. So this may have been someone um, that doesn't really fit into your idea or to the mold of, what you're looking for. Yeah, you also have to be okay with not extending yourself when someone does not fit that picture, like, or the picture you have in your mind. It's okay for you to imagine and to envision the type of relationship that you want or the type of person that you want to be with. I feel like that's okay. So you just gotta understand, if it's not that person, then you gotta just let them go. But this person kind of knew that things would end anyway. All right, let's go ahead and move on to the next sign. The next sign I have here is Scorpio. Scorpio, your timestamp is going to be 110. I definitely hope these messages are making sense. I definitely hope they are. Like, Because I feel like it's just a lot going on like a subconscious level. Wait, Pisces, where's Scorpio? Oh, Scorpio's right here. All right, Scorpio, you are up. All right, so why did your connection or relationship break up? I'm going to be asking 3 different questions, and this is a you versus them style reading. Okay, so the first question I'll be asking is, what energy did you and them enter the relationship with? Jeremy Park said, I love you. Thank you so much, Jeremy. I definitely accept the love. Okay, I accept the love. Hopefully you don't say anything creepy after, because there's been a lot of creepy comments tonight. Okay, it's definitely been a lot of creepy comments tonight. All right. Thank you, Cody. Yeah, Scorpio, you entered this connection already feeling burned out. Okay, you was already burned out. You was already exhausted. I feel like with love and relationships in general, emotionally, you were already at your threshold. I also feel like you were just burned out in general within your life. Like you just have a lot of responsibilities, duties, and obligations. So I'm gonna just say this, but maybe the best thing for you to do at the time in which you met this person was to not like proceed with this connection, because you already had a lot going on within your life. Like others of you could just be very busy with family, and also just very busy with work or even school, because I'm getting that like you're trying to get to the next level. So I feel like you were in pursuit of a goal that really took up a lot of your time. And you didn't necessarily have time and space to accommodate this person or to accommodate a relationship. All right. You didn't really have the time for that in general. Okay. So you kind of entered the relationship already busy and, like I said, burned out, whether it's emotionally or just physically, with all of the, different responsibilities that you have. So you already kind of had a lot to do anyway. Okay. Like you were focused on a lot of different things anyway. Hey, Joanna. That's not the question that I'm answering for tonight, but if you would like to book a personal reading with me, you definitely can. And I'll be glad to answer that question. Is he going to reach out? And, what is he reaching out to say? You could definitely feel free to book with me. And yeah, we're going to get into it. All right. So, the Scorpio, the person on your mind, like, how did they enter the connection? Okay. So, yeah, this is a very specific message. But yeah, the person that you were dealing with, it seemed like this is someone that was dealing with some type of like very toxic addiction. What I'm seeing here is like addiction to like drugs, addiction to like alcohol. So I feel like this was definitely, oh yeah, and the person that you're asking about, they're very like obsessed person. I feel like they kind of entered into this connection like through the lens of like obsession, so being very like obsessed with your energy. And I could see how you could be very burned out, because it seems like this may have even been like a clingy person, like someone always texts you all the time, like what you doing, someone that want to sit on the phone with you all day, you know uh someone that may have even needed you to help them emotionally regulate because they couldn't do it on their own. Just someone who needs your energy. It's kind of given like a parasitic type of vibe, where it's like they're latching onto you. They need your energy. They need you to validate them, to affirm them, to help them regulate because they couldn't do it on their own. I'm just kind of picking up on like the King of Cups energy within the reverse. And the King of Cups energy within the reverse can be definitely irritating, especially as it relates to someone who experiences like moodiness and temper tantrums when they don't get their way at any given point in time. So, yeah, it seems like this may have even been someone who would like argue with you about the other things that you have going on in your life, maybe even telling you that you're not making enough time and space for them, or you don't really care about what they're wanting from you or what they desire from you. I'm picking up on that energy here as well. But yeah, the person that you are asking about, like I said, could have definitely came into this connection with like an addiction, okay, and they would definitely utilize this addiction to feel in touch with themselves. So I definitely feel like this is someone who came into the connection like numb, like they just needed to feel, okay. So I feel like this person was clingy, like they clung on to your energy because they just needed to feel something, okay. Like, yeah, when people are emotionally numb, like this could definitely take a drastic turn for the worse, okay? Especially as it relates to, like I said, addictions and someone that is like struggling and someone that needs help, but they're kind of dependent on you to have a consistent presence in their life because that's the help and the support that they need is your presence. So, yeah, this is someone who needed therapy, okay? From the moment they met you, they needed therapy. Yeah, they did. They did. All right. Yeah, this is a very like obsessed and possessive person. Like, I don't know. I don't really like that type of energy because sometimes that can lead into like control and then also jealousy, jealousy and envy. So I don't really like it. I'm not going to take it there, but if it resonates with you, then you know what I'm talking about. But I just feel like this is someone who they just spend a lot of time operating within their addictions because they don't really have a good sense of identity. Like they don't even really know who they are um as a person. Like they don't know who they are. Like, and they also can't like develop true interdependent connections because that's how codependent they are. I don't even want to say codependent. They're just dependent. Okay? They're dependent. It's not even codependent. It's dependent. Cody, I did Leo already. I did Leo at 1915. That's the timestamp for Leo, Cody. 1915. Hey, AMC. All right, so how did you show up within the connection? You was already busy to begin with. Like, Scorpio, you had a lot going on. Like, you had a lot going on. Yeah, I just feel like you showed up a bit like conflicted, especially when you realize like how dependent this person actually was or is, okay, still is on your energy. I feel like it presented a conflict to you because deep down inside, I feel like you knew that you didn't really have time for this connection. I feel like you knew that you have other things going on. And you also had to decide if it was worth it to incorporate this person into your life or to accommodate space, to make room for them. Like, to accommodate them rather, or to create space is what I meant to say. I got my words all jumbled up. But yeah, like that's how you felt. And you may have also felt like, was this person even it for you? Okay. Was there anything else out there for you? Because you kind of already picked up on how dependent, clingy, obsessive, and possessive that this individual could be. And if they're battling addictions behind the scenes, or if this is someone that you grew to understand that, okay, this person's actually alcoholic, okay, when you grew to understand that, I feel like that was something that also like turned you off. I think this person put too much responsibility on you to like be there for them, to take care of them. For some of you, this individual may have even like made threats if you decided to leave them, or if you decided to distance yourself, they may have even made like certain threats. So I am kind of picking up that this person may have been dealing with BPD. Okay. And before y'all start saying, oh, why are you diagnosing people? Like, I used to be a social worker. I had clients that were living with multiple personality disorders. Okay. Multiple personality disorders. So I feel like I know my way around, that realm. But yeah, this individual may have also had BPD where they would threaten like self harm if you were not there for them, just different things like that, threaten to maybe even harm other people. But I feel like this person is more of a danger and detriment to themselves, more so than just like directly to other people. Oh, you're welcome, Jackie. Yeah, I also feel like this was someone, Scorpio, that really like hurt your feelings. I feel like this is somebody that really hurt your feelings. So like if you express things to them like, oh, I'm busy, I have a lot going on. It's like this person would say like very hurtful and angry words to you, like, and I feel like they started to develop a resentment because they really expected you to make them the center of your life. And it's like you could not, like, you were not capable of doing that. Like, you literally could not do it. You have other things going on. Okay. And I just feel like this person was a bit too like emotionally needy. And I don't think that's something that you needed at that point in time in which you met them. You may have just needed to be with someone who was comfortable, just being independent, being in their own lane, someone like I said, who could emotionally self-regulate. Like, you just needed that. Okay. You needed someone that was not emotionally unavailable or numb, just even towards themselves, so that you didn't really have to do too much to like, take care of this person. Especially if you are used to being in like relationships where like people are dependent on your energy. It's like it was just too much for you. Okay. It's like you don't want to be in a connection where you feel like someone is like latching onto you for dear life. You just want there to be healthy space and freedom between the both of you. So I get that. But yeah, yeah, this person was showing up like really mean, like mean. I feel like you even question like, what did you do to this person to be like the recipient of all of their anger and resentment? Okay, like, what did you do? So yeah, yeah, especially if this is someone who is like living within their addictions. It's like when people don't have, what they obsessively cling to at that time, whether it be a drug or whether it be a person or a drink, is like they really will and can turn mean. They can turn mean, like, and say just harmful things that really do hurt the other person that they're in a relationship with. So yeah, I just don't think that you experience the best of this person. I didn't do Taurus yet, but when I'm done with Cancer, I could go to the Earth signs and I could start with Taurus. So let me just put Taurus after. Wait, where's Cancer? Okay. All right, so I got you. All right, so where did the disconnect happen? Okay, where was the disconnect, or where did the energy stop aligning? Well, I feel like when this person's addictive behavior got found out, that's when stuff started going real downhill. Like, yeah. I mean, y'all broke up. Like, y'all broke up. I could definitely say that. Yeah, I just think this was something that you initiated, Scorpio. Like, you initiated the ending between you and them. Yeah, you might have even suddenly just up and left this person. Um, like, just stop dealing with them and focus more so on your work. It could have even just been something that naturally happened, but for this person, it's like they definitely experienced it. Like, uh, you know what I just saw? It's like the vision of taking like a pacifier from a baby. It's like when you just like suddenly remove their pacifier and they just start crying and they're just like, what happened? Like, I think that's something that kind of that's the energy of what kind of happened between you and them. So in many ways, I feel like you were this person's like pacifier. But like I said, you had other things to do. Some of you could have even got fired from a job, or you left a job. So then you had to pour even more of your time into your individual pursuits, or even if you went the entrepreneurial route, or you had to pour more of your time into school. So I just feel like it was a natural, like, life change that happened that kind of forced you to not really pay as much attention to this relationship and have to focus on something else. I think where the disconnect started to happen, like on the side of this person, is, they may have done something very like reckless and something very crazy while they were under the influence, whether it be under the influence of drugs or alcohol. I think this person did something really out of pocket and crazy. Like, yeah, I think this person did something very out of pocket. Um, and in many ways, it could have been something very passive aggressive and feeling like, oh, they had to do this to you. So they kind of feel like they're in the right. So it seems like this person made like a decision or a choice that they knew would drive a wedge between you and them, but they felt like, oh, it was the right thing to do. So I think this person did something very like passive aggressive. It may have been a secret, but they also could have been very bold with like telling you what it was that they did and just being like, oh, well, like, so I don't really like this because it kind of makes me feel like um it's like this person did something out of spite to hurt you while you were just more so focusing on another aspect of your life. That's kind of what I'm getting here. And there could have been a lot of like gossip or rumors that were getting back to you about like this person's behavior or how they act when they're under the influence, or just how spiteful they were being or how passive aggressive that they were being. um yeah. Yeah, they may have messed with someone in secret. They may have cheated on you. It was secret, and then it ended up coming out, and they were just kind of like, "Oh well, oh well." You know, it's just kind of like, "All right, you know what? Move along, move along." If that's how you're gonna look at doing, Scorpio wrong, feeling like Scorpio was justified, then like move along. That's what I'm telling this energy right now. But yeah, in many ways, I feel like they think they were justified in being able to do what they did to you. But yeah, this person is just mad because you're focused on other things in your life, and like I said, they see you as a pacifier. Like you have to always be there, emotionally giving and being generous and being kind to them. Um, yeah, I think this was one of those relationships, especially if you resonate with this. I feel like this was a relationship that should have never been. Like you were busy, you had other things going on in your life anyway, and this person is living a very risky lifestyle. Okay, a very risky lifestyle, and expecting that you have to accept them and that you have to put up with it. I don't like that. All right, so Scorpio, let me go ahead and get you a surrender card. What can you surrender to, um, so that you can just move on and continue to keep living your life outside of this relationship or connection? Okay, I got y'all too. We have surrender to the wisdom of your body. This says listen to your body's messages about a person or situation. If you feel physically drained or uncomfortable, be cautious. If you are energized and happy, move forward. Yeah, I feel like you were physically drained, similar to another sign, physically drained, because this individual that's showing up is very problematic. They're mean and they're spiteful and they're also passive aggressive. This is like a tit for tat type of individual, and they don't want to listen either. So if you try to give them, you know, clarity, information, or even advice about like what they were going through, regardless of what they were addicted to, they could have just even been addicted to your energy, to your attention. Like that, it's like, even if you try to tell this person, like, look, I don't have time for you, like right now. I said, look, I don't have time for you. Or just like, look, I'm busy. I have a lot going on right now. Like, it's like this person kind of took that as a slight against them. And then they went behind your back and did something passive aggressive. Like, I don't like that. Okay. But for some of you, like the addiction could definitely be to you, to your energy, and just being possessive of that. So it's just coming off as controlling. And this person just being mean. It's like mean, controlling, obsessive, and possessive. All right, let's go ahead and move on. Your second surrender card is surrender negative thinking. You have control over your thoughts. When negative thoughts surface, say thank you for sharing and quickly focus on positive affirmations. All right, Scorpio, let's go ahead and move on to Cancer. Cancer, your timestamp is going to be 1/29/30. After Cancer, I will go ahead and do Taurus. I hope you all are doing well. I hope y'all are feeling blessed. Definitely make sure y'all like the live and subscribe to the channel. Also make sure y'all hype up the videos as well. But Cancer, let's go ahead and get started, okay? Why did your connection or relationship break up? This is a you versus them style of reading, and I'm going to be asking 3 different questions. The first question is, thank you, little ones. I know Jesus loves me, okay? I know Jesus loves me. God loves me. All right. Jesus is my Lord and Savior. So thank you for reminding me of that. Okay. What energy did you enter the relationship with? I don't know what you're saying, but don't try to come on my channel and tell me what to do. That's kind of where you get it confused. All right. So sorry about that, Cancer. What energy did you enter the relationship with? Yeah, you funny too. Thinking you could come on somebody's channel and tell them what to do. All right, so Cancer, what energy did you come into the relationship with? Okay, well, the energy that I'm getting here is that you definitely came into the connection with a lot of like unresolved feelings from your past. Okay, so you may have already had a very like negative mindset as it relates to like love and relationships, and I also feel like you are still dealing with some anger and resentment from the past. This could be from you not forgiving yourself, or even you not forgiving. You want to say, I have a chance to be saved. I literally pray my prayer every single day. So what are you even talking about? Sorry, Cancer. But yeah, basically I was saying that like you were experiencing a lot of like unforgiveness for yourself, for any mistakes that you have made from your past. But then thanks, Cody, I had to do that. Okay, unforgiveness for yourself, and then also unforgiveness from others as well. So you still needed a little bit more time to heal, to truly and fully accept your lessons from your past, to recover. You may have also been dealing with some depression as well, some emotional issues. So you still needed some time to kind of heal and give yourself space from connecting with others in a romantic or intimate way. Okay. I also feel like you could be experiencing some anger about just like the way that your life was. What do I want to say? It's like the way that your life experience was or is, like you may not have been where you wanted to be at a certain point in your life. And that's something that could have caused even more like anger as well, or just feeling like, yeah, you may have met someone, you may have wanted to connect with someone, but there was just some additional things in your life that you felt like needed to be cleaned up. So I think in many ways, you need to be kinder with yourself, Cancer. I feel like you're critiquing yourself a bit too harshly. I think you are. I think you're like demonizing yourself. Um, and I think that you're not speaking well or speaking highly about who you are. Um, I think that's what's going on. Yeah, I'm sorry, Cancer. I'm sorry, like, but I just think that where you are is where you're supposed to be. And if you don't like where you are, then the best thing that you can do is to lovingly make changes as opposed to being very like self deprecating. So I feel like you don't really think highly of yourself. And that's definitely something that you have to address. All right, so the person on your mind, I'm using, well, I'll tell you the decks I'm using. Let me finish this reading for Cancer since I've been interrupted a couple times, AMC. And yes, I did do Sagittarius. Sagittarius was at 5:15. We started with Sagittarius first. Yeah, AMC, I'm using 4 different decks. So just give me a second. Okay, so the person that's on your mind, yeah, this person kind of came in feeling very like unlovable as well. This was also someone who demonized themselves for their insecurities and flaws. This is definitely someone who I could say, yeah, we all have insecurities, but to the point to where you just believe that like it makes you unlovable or no one would accept you as a person. I do think that's problematic. I think it's problematic. So yeah, this person kind of came into the connection with some type of flaw, that they thought that you would not, yeah, like accept, whether it's something physical, um whether it's something that's going on with them internally. um some of them could have intellectual or developmental disabilities. They might have thought that it wouldn't be something that you would accept. Some of them could have even had like, or were living with autism or like ADD or ADHD. That's something I'm picking up here as well, and they thought that that would pose some type of like barrier between the both of you, or some type of like boundary, um, that would limit like how deep of a connection that they could actually have with you. So yeah, this person kind of came into the situation not really like loving and accepting themselves. So they just believe that you wouldn't love or accept them either. So yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot. You're welcome, Tanika. I hope I said your name right. Taniqua. All right. So how did you show up within the relationship? Yeah, yeah. Cancer. I'm just picking up like more so where it's like it's like you and this person are definitely mirroring each other. Okay, you're mirroring each other. Um, but yeah, it's kind of like you showed up in this connection feeling like you just couldn't get it right. You might have felt like you just can't get love right, or it's like there's something within you that's also flawed, just like how this person feels. I just feel like you were experiencing a lot of like unforgiveness for yourself, and understanding that like I said, the mistakes that you've made in your past, yes, you made those mistakes, but if anything, it's like you just have to take the L. Look at the L as not a loss but a lesson, and just try to do better. So I just feel like you're not giving yourself the time and the space to like recover. I don't feel like you're easy with yourself. It's like you really do kick yourself when you're down, and that's definitely something that you need to address, and you need to stop like putting yourself in the back. You need to stop, what is it that I want to say, like harming yourself. I feel like you're really harming yourself emotionally and mentally, by not understanding that like you are a human being and you're not going to be a perfect person, but you can just decide to do better the next time around. So I feel like you kind of already came into the situation like just feeling like this person wouldn't really have any grace or mercy for like the mistakes that you've made. I think you kind of came into this situation thinking that you were gonna F it up. Okay, so that's how you showed up. It's like kind of thinking that you were gonna F this up. So in many ways, it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy. I think you need to be a bit better towards yourself, if that makes sense. I hope y'all understand what I'm saying. Hey, Brown. Mhm. Yeah, there's definitely some mirroring going on here. Yeah, I think that this person kind of came in with, similar feelings as you. Okay. They came in with similar feelings, like thinking that, oh, they might, F this up. Um, they might F it up as well, or, feeling like, regardless of the flaws that they had, that you would misunderstand them. And, I just feel like you and this person kind of entered this with like, victim mindset, okay, where it's like the both of you may have been like victims, from the things that you've experienced from the past, but it's like this is a new person. So I just don't understand why you were so pessimistic about it. Okay, you were so pessimistic about this. um but yeah, I do think that this person, how they kind of showed up is they showed up with, like I said, with that barrier or boundary that really, just, I want to say it placed like a glass ceiling within your relationship, where you might have thought like, okay, this could be like a limitless relationship. Like, let's see how far this goes. But I think for this person, there was really only a limit. Um, there was a limit to their love, or a limit to what you would have been willing to experience with them, because they're also like highly insecure, and they don't think that someone out there would really truly accept them. So in many ways, I feel like they did kind of limit how far this relationship could go. So I could see how you would be a bit angry about that. um I could see how, but I also feel like the both of you were like mirroring each other. And this person was only a reflection of you. So in many ways, I feel like you kind of looked at this person and didn't really see their flaws. Like you were able to like give them a certain level of like grace, and acceptance, but it's like you have an issue with doing it for yourself. And I think like it's problematic. And I feel like the relationship wasn't going to work out like that. In many ways, it's like you pedestalize this person, and they were kind of looking at you like, why are you pedestalizing me? That's just kind of what I'm getting. um they were kind of like, why are you pedestalizing me, like I'm not a lovable person, like that type of thing. So it's just kind of one of those things where it's like the both of you need to like exhibit self-love. The both of you need to exhibit self-love and like radical self-acceptance. All right, where was the disconnect, or where did the energy stop aligning? I'm not sure, Cody. You've been here for a while. What would you say? What would you say? Like, what would you say? All right, so where was the disconnect? Yeah, I feel like you exhibited more love for this person than you did for yourself, Cancer. So I think that's where the disconnect started to happen. Um, And I also feel like you didn't really, deal with that anger and resentment from the past. So I really think that you tried to compartmentalize that anger as opposed to dealing with it. Um, and I think that was, very problematic as it related to this person. Because in many ways, I feel like this individual like triggered you. But because you pedestalized them and you were trying to give them so much grace and mercy, more than you even gave for yourself, relating to your mistakes from the past, or ways that you didn't show up as your best self from the past, is like you put this person above you. Okay, you put them above you. You may have even, idealized this person. And this individual was, just trying to let you know, like, oh, I'm not a perfect person. I'm not a perfect person. But that's not necessarily something that you wanted to hear. So in many ways, I feel like you were a bit, yeah, too idealistic, too naive. Or in many ways, it's like you even try to escape. So I just feel like you knew that there was a lot of anger and resentment from your past, and even, energy that you were directing towards yourself, that you really didn't deal with. You were suppressing this, but at the same time, you were showing this person love, energy, attention, and acceptance that should have been directed within. So yeah, that's where the disconnect started to happen. And there's nothing wrong with you like expressing your emotions towards another person. This may even have been a new relationship, to you, for you, especially if you were dealing with like a breakup or a separation. Like this was a newer energy. um but yeah, I lost my train of thought. I lost my train of thought, but I just feel like there's nothing wrong with you like expressing yourself, being kind and being generous, and just trying to get to know another person and being friendly. But I really do feel like a lot of the energy that you projected outwards, like you needed to internalize that within yourself. Like I don't think you really should have been focused on getting into a relationship. Okay, I don't think that's something that really should have been your focus at the time. Okay, so where did the disconnect happen with them? I mean, it's positive for them. I feel like This is someone who dealt with some type of like glow up. You know, they dealt with a glow up, whether it be physical or financial or just emotional or just even like regaining their confidence. Because what I just heard was how Stella got her groove back, which is hilarious. So it seems like the person that you were dealing with, Cancer, it seems like this person, like I said, may have, went through some type of like glow up, and they started to feel themselves. They started to gain some confidence. They started to gain some self assurance. And they may have even tried to just, expand their possibilities or their options, okay, or keeping themselves single or trying to put themselves out there into the dating market. Now, yeah, yeah. And others of them, they could have even became a bit more like well known or a bit more famous, where more people started to like, get to know who they were or to become familiar with this person. So it seems like in many ways, like, yeah, because it's an energetic misalignment at that point in time. I feel like you and them were mirroring each other with not feeling loved. I think this person did develop some type of self-love or some type of confidence. Um, and y'all weren't energetically vibrating at the same place. I also feel like because of this glow up that they experienced, like more people were interested in them. So they could have even started to like flirt with other people, or other people started to flirt with them. So even though you were there, like pouring love and attention into this person and pedestalizing them, um, for them, I don't think it, I mean, did they appreciate it? Were they grateful? Because I feel like they may have just been okay with the fact that you were giving them attention and that you were pursuing them. I think that's something that was like very validating and affirming to them. But to the point where they were gonna like decide to be with you, not necessarily. This person was keeping their options open, options, talking to other people, and they weren't like 100% settled on you. Okay, they weren't settled on being with you. So yeah, that's definitely crazy, Cancer. All right. I hope that definitely made sense. Let's go ahead and get you a surrender card, and then I'm gonna briefly pause the live so I could go use the restroom, and I'll come right back so that we can move on to the earth signs and then the air signs. All right, let's get you our surrender card. I know we're going to Taurus. All right, Cancer, your card is surrender to what is. Okay, surrender to what is. Flow with what is instead of fighting it. When you can't change the situation, compassionately accept it exactly as it is, and it will bring you peace. So yeah, I just don't want you all to start to feel bad about like expressing your love for another person or developing feelings for another person. I just feel like right now you need to like direct it inwards and focus more so on developing self-love and compassion for yourself as opposed to another person, because you kind of, like I said, you compartmentalize that aspect of yourself and you didn't necessarily deal with it. So here you are meeting another person that was mirroring you, okay? But then they ended up, you know, trying to see their life differently. They ended up developing, new passions, new hobbies, like new things that inspired them. They saw their flaws as, something that did not necessarily have to hold them back. So they were insecure as well, but they developed a sense of security within themselves. And now they're looking to deal with other people or to put themselves out there because, they're feeling themselves. They feel very confident, and there's nothing wrong with doing that. But it's like, you pedestalize this person for no reason. Like, pedestalize yourself. That's all I'm trying to say. It's like you pedestalize them for no reason, and they still ended up looking elsewhere. I hope y'all get what I'm saying. Like, all of the loving energy that you directed out towards them would have just been better spent like focusing on yourself. Not saying that this person didn't deserve it, but what I am saying is like, you're the main character of your story. Like, put yourself first. It's like you kind of boosted this person and you kind of gassed them when you should have just been focused on yourself. I hope y'all get what I'm saying. All right. So I'm going to reset these cards and then we're going to come back and get started with Taurus. Give me a second, y'all. I'll be right back. All right. Go ahead and move on to Taurus. Taurus, your timestamp is going to be 152. Taurus. 152. All right, so someone wanted to know the cards I'm using. I'm using the regular standard Rider-Waite-Smith tarot deck. I'm using the surrender deck. We didn't get to Gemini yet, but I can do Gemini after I'm done with Virgo. Like once I'm ready to start the air signs, I'll start with Gemini. I'm also using, what is this? This is called the Love Oracle cards. Love Oracle cards. And then I also have this other deck that I just bought called Singles and Relationship Oracle deck. Singles and Relationship. So those are the decks I'm using. Taurus, I'm going to change your timestamp from 152 to 153. Oh, thank you so much, Pretty P, and happy holidays. All right, Taurus, why did your relationship or connection break up? This is a you versus them style reading. The first question I'm going to be asking is, what energy did you enter the relationship with? What energy did you enter the relationship with? You're crazy. Okay, so Taurus, you entered the relationship just based off of what I see here. Okay, based off of what I got here, you entered the relationship being needy, like being needy. So I mean, it's nothing wrong with knowing that you want to be in a relationship. I feel like it's a natural, like human, I want to say, feeling to want to be like pair bonded, to want to be with someone, you know, to want to be in love. Like, I get it. Like, it's nothing wrong with you, like, wanting that. But to the point where, you know, you feel like you need it, I think it could be a bit problematic. Okay, it could be a bit problematic. So it's nothing wrong with like you wanting a relationship, but I feel like it's a very big desire and need for you. So you may not be as what I want to say, as vigilant in screening your potential partners before you decide to like truly connect with them and develop that intimacy and to develop that bond. Okay, so in many ways I feel like what I'm getting here is like, I'm not going to jump and say that this person that you're dealing with was the enemy, but I just know that like the enemy will tend to attach itself to like what your needs are and what your desires are. So um, you may be sent a lot of like false partners, partners that are not for you, partners that are seeking to harm you and to cause you pain, because it's like that's what the enemy knows that you want, to the point of you feeling like you need it. So I think you all may have definitely experienced a lot of partners that have just, I don't want to say like, I guess I could say like they affirm this wound within you of you feeling like you need to be in a relationship or feeling like you need to be partnered up. And like I said, it's a natural human feeling, I feel like on a biological level. Um, but there's other aspects to your life that you can develop. And if you're needing connection, it's like you can develop other types of connections like platonic relationships or, you know, better familial relationships or, just developing a support system outside of having to have a romantic and intimate partner. All right, so that's the energy that you enter with. Yo, I keep hearing that song. I feel like it's an 80s song where they be like, I need a hero. Like, I don't know what song that is, but I literally keep hearing it. Now I need to tell y'all. Oh yeah, I Need a Hero by Bonnie Tyler. Okay? By Bonnie Tyler. That's the song I literally keep hearing. Like, so I don't know. That could definitely resonate with you. But yeah, as far as with them, the energy that they entered with was this is definitely that type of person that is always seeking for perfection out of other people. Like they're looking for the perfect person. And the fact of the matter is like no one is gonna be a perfect person. Like everyone, okay. Yeah, it's like no one is gonna be a perfect person. Like everyone definitely has a flaw or two. Okay. Like no one's gonna be perfect. Um, so yeah, it's like this person kind of came in like expecting you to be that perfect person for them, like depending on what their own personal like ideals were, um, what their standards and expectations were and still are. But yeah, this individual definitely came in very idealistic. Like it's nothing wrong with like, projecting um positivity on your relationship or projecting positive things, but it's like, yeah, no, I think this person is a bit too I want to say like a bit too critical as well. Like they came in ready to criticize, and I don't think you should come into connections ready to criticize someone. You should just come in giving that person, space, time, and opportunity to like show who they are, to be themselves. But y'all know, like most people show up with a mask or they show up with their representative. Like it is what it is. So already from the jump, you can't necessarily be trying to seek perfection. You really have to just give space to allow people to be, okay, whether they're being fake or not. You have to see who they are. So yeah, I think this person definitely came in like wanting perfection, okay, wanting perfection and also being disappointed when they didn't necessarily receive that. But they should know that no one's going to be perfect. AMC said he wants the perfect girl. It's weird. It's no such thing. Like it's no such thing because like these people who are seeking perfection is like they're not perfect at all. So it's like why are you looking for something that you don't even exude? Like it's not even possible. So yeah, I don't like it because I just know that people tend to like criticize when it's not exactly what they wanted or what they were looking for instead of just leaving. Just leave. It's like if someone's not what you're looking for, just leave. Leave. Like, yeah, I think you are definitely looking for this person to like carry this relationship. I feel like how you showed up within the reading. Well, I said the reading. I'm sorry. How you're showing up within the reading based off of how you showed up within the relationship is like you were just kind of at the end of the road as it relates to love and relationships in general. So I feel like you just needed relief. Okay. I feel like you needed relief. I feel like you needed someone that was going to actually want to help carry the relationship. So in your past relationships, Taurus, it definitely seemed like it was you that had to be stable, that had to be secure, that had to be the glue that held together the relationship. Okay. So in many ways, it's like you kind of have to check your level of codependency. Okay. But I feel like in this case, you wanted someone to like, I have to say this, like share the burden of the weight of the relationship. Okay. Share the burden or share the weight of the relationship. But it's like, why does the relationship have to be so heavy? Why can't it just be something that's light? I just feel like you're used to putting in a lot of work. So you just kind of projected that this would be a lot of work. So when you enter this connection, it's like you already entered it pretty much like exhausted. Okay. You already entered it exhausted and you needed someone to come in and to, for lack of better terms, save you or to come in and to support you, to assist you, to help you. So yeah, that's how you showed up within the connection. Like, let's see how they showed up within the connection. I think, yeah, I'm gonna take this card that came out on top. Like, I think that this person came into the connection like observing you, like literally observing you and looking for every single flaw that they could find. And I don't really like that. It seems like this is someone who was looking for problems. Because we already have established that they're seeking the perfect person. So I really think this person was like really looking at you to see like where you would mess up, okay, where you would mess up or where the flaw would be. So this person, I mean, I'm kind of picking up that they could have been a Virgo, Taurus, because I know Virgos tend to do this. I have a lot of Virgo in my chart. I get it, where it's like the Virgos can be very like focused on being like observant, and Virgos can be, hypercritical. Okay, they can definitely be. Wanting things to always go their way. They can be that way. If you a Virgo, don't get mad at me. Okay, I have a lot of Virgo in my chart. All right. So that's just kind of the energy I'm picking up on. It's like this person was really observing you. Like in many ways, it's like combing through with like a fine tipped comb. Like, like literally looking for any single, flaw or any problem, like just so that they can say something about it and it could be a deal breaker. So yeah, I just feel like this person couldn't really find anything. Um, so, but they did, you know what I'm saying? They couldn't find anything, but they did anyway, you know? I feel like that's what led to the disconnect. Yeah, yes. I'm trying to tell you, I just feel like this is someone, you and them is like, it just became too problematic and too conflictual. I just feel like this person was even like addressing you on things that were not even there. Okay. Addressing you on things that were not even there or making like mountains out of molehills, looking for problems, looking to start arguments, looking to create conflict. In many ways, it's like this person started drama. Okay. Too much drama. And I also feel like this person always wanted to ensure that like they came out on top or they were right. So they would even have arguments with you and they would want to get the last word in just so that they could be right. Okay. And I just feel like, at, like you just kind of let it go. You know what I'm saying? Like you just kind of like threw your hands up with this person because it didn't matter what you said. It didn't matter what you did. It's like this person would try to look for a problem in everything. Like that's crazy. Yeah, you walked away. Okay, that's where the disconnect happened because you just realized like this person wasn't going to be the hero that you needed. This person wasn't that. It's like if anything, this person criticized you. They criticized you, they may have judged you, they started arguments, they started problems, and you just became very like emotionally dissatisfied with this whole thing. And you just felt like, you know what, I need to leave this behind because it's not doing anything for me. Like, why would I want to be with someone that is just continuing to be hypercritical? That someone that's always looking for a problem, someone that's always looking for something to be wrong with me. Okay, Taurus, I'm just speaking from your point of view because that's the energy that I'm picking up here. And this person feels like in many ways very cruel. That's the energy that I'm picking up here. It's like they're very hyper vigilant as it relates to them finding that perfect person. So this person is kind of saying, well, like, well, if it's not you, then oh well, like, that type of thing. And it's like, where's the grace? Like, where's the acceptance? I just don't feel like this person really truly accepted you. Because what I'm also picking up that this person would say is like, all is fair in love and war. Like, oh well, it didn't work out between me and you. Like, I'm still gonna, go find what I want. Like, I'm still gonna get what I want, type of thing. Like, I'm gonna be good. It's clearly not you. And because you yielded and walked away, it's like that's even more of a reason for them to want to have to criticize you. So I don't like it. But yeah, for you, like, the disconnect happened when you got tired of it. When you got tired of the back and forth, that's when the disconnect happened. When you decided that you were going to let go of this and you were just going to go search for something new, something that was a bit more satisfying, whether it was you deciding to, go focus on yourself and developing wholeness and oneness within yourself, and also developing like emotional self-reliance, because I think that was definitely your issue here, Taurus, is like you were not being emotionally self-reliant. You felt like you needed something outside of yourself, like you needed a relationship. And it's nothing wrong with that. It's nothing wrong with wanting to be in a relationship. But like I said, to the point of you feeling like you need it, it's not good, because like I said, the enemy could definitely send people your way. People like this person that would come into your life and criticize you, make you feel bad about yourself because you're not fitting some ideal that they have in their mind that may not necessarily exist. So, like I said, it's like you just have to you got to focus on yourself. Like, you just got to focus on yourself. And like I said, develop that emotional self-reliance, not feeling like you need someone outside of yourself. So yeah, you have to definitely heal that, so that you can attract in, or not want to say attract in, because sometimes you can't really choose who you attract, but it's like, what I will say is like you can choose better partners, okay, or healthier partners. That's what you could do. Or when you attract people in, it's like you're able to discern who should remain in your life and who you should cut off. Okay, so sometimes it's really like that. It's like you can't really control who you attract in. You just have to be discerning about who you actually like allow into your life, who you allow yourself to develop intimate and close bonds with. AMC said his hairline is his spiritual karma. Yo, I'm cracking up. Rianne Turnup said it's a creep, watches and stalks me, have no life. Yeah, I can see that. I could see that, because it's like that's what this person was doing when you were around. Like, they were literally looking for any little thing. Like, this person could have even been looking at you on social media like, oh, I saw you doing this, and now they want to use it as an argument, as a source of an argument. So it's just like looking for any little thing to like nag, to criticize you about, just so they could say like, oh well, I knew that you weren't this certain type of person. And it's just like, just get over it. Like, no one's gonna be perfect. Like, I just don't like that. I don't like when people do that. I don't like when people do that. Like, yeah, I had mad cards come out, so I gotta reshuffle. All right. So you all got surrender to your intuition after I shuffled the deck well. It says tune into your inner voice, be aware of any gut feelings, flashes, knowings, or aha moments that come through to guide you. So yeah, surrender to your intuition. I feel like you all just had to surrender to your intuition, but also just like, how you were feeling, to your emotions. Yeah, you had to, because you were realizing that like it was just too much conflict here dealing with this person. And even though you wanted to be in a connection, okay, you feel like you needed that, you know, you needed a relationship or you needed a partnership, is like you just realized like this was not a safe space for you to lay your head. Okay, this was not a safe space for you to lay your head. So hopefully this situation with this person taught you, like I said, self-reliance. But I get it. It's like when you go through so much stuff like back to back, you still are opening yourself up to like wanting to connect with others, but you just wanted this, individual to be right for you, but they just weren't. Yeah, I'm still cracking up at that. His hairline is his spiritual karma. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. Like, and he better not be asking for someone that has their hairline intact, okay? Because perfectionists, like, they really, well, at least people like this person that I described is like, they really be like wanting people to have different like physical attributes and characteristics and personality traits that they do not embody themselves. So it's like, why are you asking for something that you don't have? So if that person hairline is messed up, he better not be asking for somebody whose baby hairs and edges are still intact. All right, let's go ahead and move on, Taurus. All right, let's move on to Capricorn. Capricorn, your timestamp is going to be 2:10:45. So I can get a sip of water. All right, Capricorn, you're up. All right, so why did your relationship or connection break up? I'm going to be asking 3 different questions. This is a you versus them style reading. This is a newer deck. So it's like 3 cards coming out at once. I just want one at a time. Give me 1 second, Capricorn. I wonder if you are familiar, Capricorn, with the types of people that the person on your mind tends to date or go for. I feel like when the energy that you entered into this relationship with was like, for some reason, I'm kind of getting that you felt like you weren't this person's type. Okay, like you were not this person's type. That's like the energy that I feel like you entered the connection with. So you definitely may have been like comparing yourself to the types of people that this person has dated. So I feel like you're either familiar with who this individual was or who they dated before you started talking to them, or even as you were talking to them, you all may have been talking a lot about your past dating history, and then you like kind of started to, I don't want to say realize, but let's just say for yourself, okay, for yourself, you started to think that like maybe you were not this person's type, like maybe you were not as attractive to the people that they were dating in the past or the people that they date in the past, or it's just like you're different or you're completely unique. So I feel like you may have in some ways even like put yourself down, um thinking like, okay, maybe like why would this person want to be with somebody like you, or why would they date somebody like you, because you're comparing yourself to the other people that they had been with in the past. It's kind of like what I'm seeing here. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm getting. So you might have came into this situation, Capricorn, being a bit like self-deprecating or not really like boosting yourself and understanding that like, if this person was interested in you, then, they were attracted to you and it had nothing to do with the types of people that they've been with in the past. That's kind of what I'm getting. All right. What energy did they enter into the relationship with? It's like mad cars flying everywhere. Let me turn this way and shuffle. I'm just like, why is it mad cars flying everywhere? Hey, Alma. Thank you for tuning in. And if you're still engaged in the reading, definitely make sure that you like, comment, subscribe. Okay? Like, comment, and subscribe. Mm. Yeah, maybe you also, for Capricorn, for some of y'all, um, you also know that this person was like dating multiple people. That's something I'm getting here, like that they're dating multiple people, or I'm kind of feeling like you had some familiarity with this person already. Like you kind of already knew what their dating patterns and habits were before you started engaging yourself with them and connecting with them. Okay, that's just kind of the energy that I'm picking up here. But yeah, the energy they entered into the relationship with was the energy of them thinking that, you know, you were not their only romantic option. Okay, and also feeling very like indecisive on who exactly to pick, so, or to choose, or who to decide to have a relationship with. So I think the person that you were dealing with was connecting with multiple people, or they just have that type of thinking where they feel like, oh, they have multiple soulmates out in the world, which is very true. We actually do. Hey, Charlon. Yeah, this is Capricorn. This is Capricorn. And it's true, we actually do have multiple soulmates out here in the world. But I still feel like when you are engaged and dealing with one soulmate, like right here, right now, like I also feel like you should still give that person the decency and respect of connecting with them in a healthy way. Because some people feel like, oh, well, I have multiple options. I have multiple soulmates. It's multiple people I could be involved with at any point in time, that they end up like, you know, treating that person that they're directly connecting with in a very bad way, because they just feel like, oh, well, you know, options and opportunities are limitless. Like I could be with anybody. It's millions and billions of people out here in the world. And it's true. But you also have to realize like you're dealing with that person directly in front of you for a reason. So you can still treat them with respect and kindness. So yeah, I don't think you really receive that type of respect and kindness from this person. Because I have that type of mindset and thinking too. Like, yeah, we have multiple soulmates. But I also have that type of mindset and thinking where it's like, I know I have multiple soulmates, but if I am connecting with you right now and it's something that was random, it was, you know, divinely brought into my life, then I'm going to respect the person that's in front of me, because obviously we're here to support each other. We're here to teach each other a lesson. So we're here to elevate each other. We're here to help each other grow. So that's kind of how I be looking at things. But it is what it is. But yeah, I could definitely see why you develop some type of like insecurity or some type of low self-esteem from dealing with this person, because they already kind of like made it clear with their words, with their actions, or with their behaviors that like they were dating multiple people, dating other people, and they didn't necessarily know who to commit to. So I feel like this person was stuck in analysis paralysis, where they're kind of getting the most and the best out of all of the people that they're connecting to, whether it was just you and another person or you and multiple parties. It's like they're getting the most out of it without necessarily choosing to commit to any one person or to any one situation. So yeah, that's definitely crazy. I could see why you experience some type of low self esteem, or feeling like you were comparing yourself to other people that they were dealing with. Or if you know that this person was like highly sought after and a lot of people wanted them as well, like you could have not been the only person that was interested in this person. Okay, like, so it's just like I could see why you were comparing yourself to others. Okay, comparing yourself to others. Like, I hope you all weren't comparing yourself to this person, because they may have multiple options, but it's like this is a person who is a bit too afraid to choose any one thing because they don't want to make a mistake. And it's like, what is that? Okay, like what is that? Like, I just feel like you have to take a risk, and if it does not work out, then it does not work out. So I hope you weren't comparing yourself to this person, because this is a very risk adverse person, and they like to kind of get the best out of both worlds, if that makes sense, the best out of both worlds. But they don't necessarily really deserve it, because they're not necessarily choosing to invest in any one thing. They're just kind of half-heartedly showing up and breadcrumbing everybody. So yeah. Yeah, I'm just kind of picking up that it's like this person has a lot of people vying for their attention, or they're vying for the attention of a lot of other people. So I could see why you came into the situation kind of like, you know, on edge a little bit, especially if you've had like I said, some familiarity with the types of people that this person dates, and you were comparing and contrasting yourself against those people. All right, so how did you and them show up within the relationship? I feel like I kind of answered that question a little bit, but let's just get some more information. Yeah, I feel like you tried. I feel like you tried. Like, I feel like you tried to understand like what the purpose of this connection was. Because you felt attracted towards this person, and they also felt attracted towards you as well. Like, they developed a connection to you, so it's not necessarily something that was one-sided. I just feel like this person wasn't able to invest into you because it was something that they were choosing not to do. Like, being indecisive, I feel like, is a choice. Okay, not being active is a choice, because you don't have to sit in confusion. You can, you know um, put out the intention of you wanting to um, experience clarity, okay, and think your way through to clarity. But it's like this person was definitely sitting in confusion and indecisiveness, which I believe is a choice, because you don't have to sit there and be confused. You could figure it out. Like, figure it out. But yeah, I feel like you actually try to understand, the purpose of this connection. I feel like you try to attach this to some type of importance. I feel like you try to see the value in this connection, or even the value within this person. Like, you tried, okay? You definitely tried. All right. I could see that you had some issues here with self-esteem. Um, but you still tried. I give you that, Capricorn. You did. Yeah, with this individual, it's like they never really even showed up in this connection. Like, this person was present and then they weren't. Like, it's actually quite annoying, because it's like you're trying to, see the depth in this connection, but I feel like this person wasn't really investing. They were always running. Like, they were always running because they were dealing with another person, or they felt like there was multiple soulmates out here in the world. And it's like, yes, there are multiple soulmates, but at the end of the day, like, if you don't want to be alone, you're going to have to invest. Okay? Like, I think that's the thing that people need to understand, is like, you're not settling down with all of these soulmates. You're not. I'm sorry. Like, I'm sorry to tell your person, Capricorn, you're not settling down with all of these soulmates. It's like, if you don't want to be alone, ultimately you are going to have to decide to go all in and to invest in a person. Okay? A person. That's just what it's going to have to be. Okay? Depending on the type of relationship dynamics that they want to be in, if they want to be in something poly, it's like eventually you're going to have to settle into being ethically polyamorous. Okay? Ethically polyamorous. And that's the problem. A lot of people are not ethically polyamorous. They just want to be out here doing whatever they want to do, talking to this person and sleeping with this person. And they don't understand that, like, people that are actually truly poly, like, they also have to um abide by a set of rules, because it's still a type of relationship. So there's still going to be rules, standards, and expectations put in place if you want to do it ethically. But I digress. Okay. So I feel like this person was always on the move. Okay. They were always on the move. You couldn't necessarily really keep up with them. So that's why I feel like it was kind of a waste of time and a waste of energy for you to, like, compare yourself to this person, or to compare yourself to the people that they dated. It was a waste of time, and it was a waste of energy. Like, this person is always on the move or on the hunt for something. Like, this person, they may really love new relationship energy. Okay? New relationship energy, like getting to know someone new, and things are so fun and light, and that person doesn't really know who they are, like that type of energy. Like, they have a hard time settling down. Charlene, you laughing at me? Yeah. Yes, like, yeah. Yeah, Spirit just confirming. Like, I'm gonna just say thank you, Spirit. Capricorn, like, you was definitely in some third party mess. Like, this was an open relationship. It was, and it's sad, because it's like you tried to see the importance and the value of connecting with this person and understanding what the purpose of them being in your life was, because you felt such an intense connection to them. But yeah, you basically decided to remove yourself from this relationship dynamic, and that's why the disconnect happened. Okay, that's where the energy stopped aligning, because you were really tired of the games, you were tired of the BS, you were tired of the situationship energy, the friends with benefits energy. Like, you was just tired of it, because even though you were connecting with this person, you still kind of sensed that it was open for them. It was open, like things weren't necessarily solidified. Scorzo. Yo, I'm done with you. Yo, Gary, that's how you coming into the chat. Thank you so much, Charlene. Gary, why you coming into the chat like that? You gonna say I'd move Earth and the moon to see you happy with me. Okay, Gary. You flattering me. But yeah, Capricorn, you definitely realized that this was some third party BS that you didn't want to be a part of anymore. So you chose loneliness and solitude over being with this person and being partnered with them, because you already understand that if you accept this person, that means you have to accept their mindset, you have to accept their lifestyle, you have to accept the fact that they could be dealing with other people, okay, carry on other relationships, and that's just not something you wanted to accept. So you removed yourself from the group dynamic. Okay, you removed yourself from that group dynamic. That's what you did. And I feel like you also were sensing that it was becoming too messy. Okay. So there could have been a lot of gossip surrounding this person and the other people that they were dealing with. I just feel like this was someone that you already had some type of familiarity with. For some of y'all, this could have even just been a friend and y'all decided to take it, to the next level. That's funny. Leos and Libras are actually very compatible. They actually really are. That's hilarious. Yeah, I'm actually a Leo sun, Libra rising. So I have the best of both worlds. Um, yeah, when I was shuffling, y'all, I also saw the Six of Swords when I was shuffling. So yeah, I just kind of get the energy of like the disconnect happened when this person decided to move on. Okay, that's when the disconnect happened. But it's funny because I saw the Six of Swords, but then I had a different energy that came out, which was the Four of Pentacles. So I really do feel like you understood that it's like this person was going to continue to keep holding on to this relationship dynamic. Like they were going to continue to keep holding on to this lifestyle or this mindset or whatever their desire and need was, which was to, of course, I'm assuming here, to connect with as many soulmates as possible. Okay, to connect with as many soulmates as possible. So I just think that this person tried very hard to like just keep the relationship where they wanted it to be. Okay, they were very obsessed with maintaining a sense of like control over the relationship and just where it was going or where it was not going. Okay, because I feel like this is definitely someone that gave you a lot of confusion. And they also disappeared on you, because what I heard was disappearing acts. Okay, so you may have experienced this person ghosting you, coming back, not really fully wanting to like let you go, but then also not understanding that like you were going to leave anyway because you weren't necessarily happy with the whole group relationship thing that they had going on. So yeah, I just think that this person tried too hard to like control things the way they wanted things to go. But the fact of the matter is like you cannot do that. You can't do that. You can't exercise complete control over another person's free will. It's like if you want to date multiple people, then just go do that. Like once they realized that it wasn't something that you were happy with, they should have just let it go. But yeah, I think this person even more so like doubled down um on what it is that they wanted to do. I feel like they doubled down on their behavior. So in many ways, it's like this person really already showed you who they are, and they also showed you that like they had the lack of ability in being able to like compromise with you. Okay. I feel like y'all may be thinking like this person must not have cared about you enough to like just solely focus on you without adding additional distractions. But this is an indecisive person. I don't think they want to be decisive. I don't think they want to be clear. I think they want to sit in confusion. play, act, pretend like they're confused, but it's just the fact that they want to connect with multiple people. So that's just that. Once they realized that you weren't going for this, they had one or two options. They could either leave you alone, which I feel like they kept trying to engage with you. They could either leave you alone or they could compromise. And I just don't think they were willing to do any. So what was the point of them being around? Like, all right, Capricorn. Yeah. So you said you're on vacation now, Charlene. Let me give y'all a surrender card from the surrender deck, which you can surrender to, so you can see to keep moving on with your life, making healthier choices, developing even more of a sense of awareness. All right. Yeah. Surrender the idea you can fix someone. That's your surrender card. It's time for a relationship to shift. It doesn't work to try to fix someone. Each person must be accountable for his or her own healing. Yeah. So it just is what it is. Like, it is what it is. Like, this person definitely needs some help. Okay, they need some help. But that's not really on you to fix. You just have to keep focusing on yourself and understanding that the best thing to do is to like not compare yourself to others at all. Because if there's anyone that is still participating in this relationship dynamic with the person on your mind, Capricorn, is like that person is very desperate, and you cannot compete with desperate people. So just increase your self-esteem, see yourself as worthy, and understand that just like this person knows, you have multiple soulmates out here in this world. So if it ended with them, it's completely okay. Like, you're not missing out on anything. Yeah, don't compare yourself to the people that they're dealing with. You cannot compete with desperation. Yeah, I'm trying to tell you, because I was definitely talking to this guy, and then I realized like the other people he talked to are desperate, like just desperate. And I also kind of felt like he wanted to feel like I was desperate to make him feel better about himself. And it's just like, I'm not desperate. Okay. And especially when it starts to teeter on the line of like bald headed whole shit, is like, I'm not gonna want to put myself there. Okay. Because you cannot compete with a desperate person. It's like the lengths that they're willing to go to just be chosen by someone is out there. The lengths and the things that they're willing to do just to be chosen. So just step out the way. Step out the way. All right, let's go ahead and move on to Virgo. Virgo, your timestamp is going to be 2:33, Virgo. And then after that, we're going to move on to the air signs, and we're starting with Gemini. And because Gary's here, we'll go to Libra, and then we'll end with Aquarius. All right, Virgo, you're up. You're welcome, Charlene. I haven't read in a while, so this reading was a bit shaky for me, in my opinion. It's a bit shaky for me, but I'm glad that it resonated with you. All right, so why did your relationship or connection break up? I'm going to be asking 3 separate questions. Sorry, I need to fix my hair. I'm going to be asking 3 separate questions. The first question, and this is a you versus them style reading, Virgo. So the first question is, what energy did you enter the relationship with? Did you enter the relationship with, and what energy did they enter the relationship with? All right, I saw it, so I'm going to just take it. All right, this is a newer deck, so I'm not getting one card at a time. It's like 3, 4 flying out, but I'm going to just take the card on top. All right, Virgo. Thank you, Charlene. Thank you. Virgo, okay. Let me get a card for them, and then yo, that's hilarious. Let me get one more. Let me get one more. Yo. All right. Okay, so Virgo, the energy that you entered into the relationship with, um so you weren't necessarily 100% forthcoming and expressive about how you feel about this person or how you felt about them. I feel like you had a lot of, strong, intense, romantic, and even like lovely feelings, lovely, warm, compassionate feelings for this person, but you did not necessarily want to express those because you weren't sure about how they felt about you in return. Okay. Or if they even, had similar feelings to you. Like you were not necessarily sure. So I don't feel like you really gave them a chance to like truly express their feelings, to be comfortable with their feelings, and to like behave and act based off of, the feelings that they actually had. So, in many ways, I feel like you could have even like put a halt to this connection because you were not necessarily willing to be as like vulnerable and as open. Like, yeah, you probably didn't really want to tell this person how you felt because you thought that like they were gonna end up leaving you anyway. So you may have a string of like failed relationships because you've dealt with just non-committal people, but it's like you're internalizing it as if there's something wrong with you and that people are just gonna up and abandon you. Like, that's how you felt. So yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, Virgo, that's actually very sad. Yeah. Yeah, that's actually very sad. Like, yeah, you were not trying to like express how you felt about this person for nothing. So I'm not really picking it up as like, oh, you were playing games with them or trying to be like very strategic. I just don't think you felt comfortable and secure enough to like express how you feel. Um, yeah, at least not now. I feel like in the past you've expressed how you felt to others and you were only left um being abandoned, or you were left feeling like people did not reciprocate back in return how you felt. So you kind of already had that type of thinking in mind. You had that mindset. Well, maybe it's best that I don't tell this person how I feel so that they don't um, just up and leave, so that I don't, start to feel comfortable and secure with them, developing my connection with them. And then they just end up going and leaving me like high and dry. So I think that's really what your mindset and thinking was as it related to this person. Like, so I don't want to say you was playing games, but in many ways, it was kind of like your strategy or approach to how, you were going to deal with this person or deal with this type of relationship. So, not like a strategy like being deceptive. In many ways, hiding your feelings actually can be deceptive. Um, I'm not picking up that it was intentional, like you were trying to intentionally be deceptive to this person. Um, so it's still a strategy, but I hope y'all get what I'm saying. More so like a strategy to ensure that you're not left high and dry, that you're not abandoned, and that you're not hurt. Because in the past, you were very vulnerable and open. You may have even told this person, or I'm sorry, not this person, but people in your past, you may have even told them about like things that you've experienced from your childhood, just different things like that. And I would definitely caution you to not overshare. Okay. It's not good to really overshare. Like everyone doesn't have to know about the trauma that you experience, or, if your mom left your dad when you was 9 years old. Like everybody does not need to know that. Okay. Everybody does not need to know. All right. Do not overshare. But I'm just picking up that you have shared in the past and you were just left. So yeah, I just think you didn't want to experience that again. But I mean, it's nothing wrong with like, expressing a bit about how you feel. Okay. It's nothing wrong with expressing a bit about how you feel. All right. Not me, Virgo, telling you that. But yeah, it's nothing wrong with that. Just disclosing a bit, giving this person a chance to see what they do with that information. Okay, so them, yeah, they definitely came into this connection immature. Okay, so Virgo, this is definitely someone that may have been younger to you, or if not younger, definitely emotionally immature, not really understanding how to have a grown relationship. Okay, not just being very young minded, um, and not really, especially if you're the person that's older than them. It's like they don't necessarily have the life experience or the dating experience that you may have, even though you've experienced pain in your past. You still engaged in relationships. But yeah, I'm just getting at like there was a lack of life experience, um, and there may have definitely been some issues with this person's age. And I mean, it's like that sometimes. Like, it's like that. It's like you may gel with someone because you feel like, oh, they're mature, but in little ways, people's age starts to like show itself. Okay, especially as it relates to like their level of understanding or how they're processing information and just like what they do with that information. So yeah, I think this person's age was definitely showing. It was showing. But yeah, so that's how they came into this. They came in very emotionally immature and also very similar to you. I feel like this is someone who didn't want to be vulnerable with you as well. So there's some mirroring that's going on here. Hold on for 1 second, y'all. I have to answer this. It's my son. All right, sorry about that. I had to, because my son went to the movies with his dad, so I had to answer that. But yeah, there's definitely some mirroring that's going on here between you and this person because they're also experiencing some issues with being vulnerable and opening up as well about how they feel about you or how they felt about you. So the both of you were kind of like withholding your feelings. Yeah, that's crazy. And they were also telling themselves the same stories that you were telling them. Okay, they were telling themselves the same stories, like telling themselves bad stories, and feeling like you would have upped and abandoned them and left them like everyone else. So there is definitely some mirroring that's going on here between you and them. I do think that the only difference between the both of you is like one person was definitely much more immature, okay, than the other. Picking up it was on your person's side. Yeah. Um, how did you and them show up within the relationship? Um, okay, so I'm gonna start with the person on your mind. I feel like this individual was like influenced by others to, in many ways, like not take you seriously. I feel like the person on your mind, like they projected a lot of like untrue stories onto you or just bad things onto you. And they use those as like excuses and reasons for why they did not necessarily need to develop like true intimacy with you and connection. Like they use those as excuses for why. So I think this could have even been like friends, family. This person, they listen to other people and they allow other people to make their choices and decisions. So I feel like within this connection, it was never really just you and them, or like, you know, them telling you what they thought. Like I said, this person is like lacking life experience. So I feel like as they were dealing with you, they were talking to other people and giving them like a play by play of what was going on between you and them. And other people were telling them like, oh, you should act like this with Virgo, or you should do this, or you should do that. And I definitely feel like it's because of this person's lack of like life experience or like dating experience. um I feel like the best thing for them to do was to just like have conversations with you about things that they did not necessarily understand, as opposed to like going to like outside parties and outside influences and asking them questions. Because it really, you know, affected your relationship. Instead of them being vulnerable and open with you about like things that they were questioning, or things that did not necessarily sit right with them, or just even things that they were perceiving about you, that may have been false. Okay, it's like they didn't do that, they just went and talked about it with other people. So that affected your connection. Now, I do feel like this person actually really, you know, did develop a connection and bond with you. I feel like, you know, they developed a sense of deep love with you, like actually wanting to be with you. Um, this is actually a reading on like closure. So I don't know what you're talking about, but you must be stuck in the past since you're still here. Like, but this is actually a reading that is helping with closure. So before you start criticizing, just make sure that you go back and you listen to the information that's been coming out. So nobody's in denial. The whole purpose of this reading is to develop awareness, clarity, and growth. So before you start coming into people's lives talking about things that you're ignorant to, go back and listen. Go back and listen. Arjun, the sign we're on is Virgo. Like, am I snapping today or what? It's like just go back and listen. Like, yeah. Yeah, Charlene. Charlene, you with me. It's like go back and listen. This whole entire reading is to help with closure. So what are you even talking about? Like, this is probably the most attention you got all day. So anyway, all right. So sorry, I it's a lot going on in my background. It's a lot going on here. All right, so let me just continue. All right, so basically the energy that you showed up in the relationship with, Virgo. Yeah, I feel like you were trying to not get in too deep with this person. Okay. I feel like you really tried to maintain a sense of distance between you and them, because in your mind, you're just thinking like, what's the point of me even expressing myself? Why should I express myself and be vulnerable? Because people just end up leaving. People are always non-committal. They never stay with me. Like you kind of had that type of subconscious belief or thinking. So I feel like even though you were engaging and participating in the connection with this person, it's like there was always a part of you that felt like distant, or there was always a part of you that would like disassociate from the connection. There was always a part of you. Like, I do think that you got in a bit too like deep with this person, like too deep. So even though you try to maintain this sense of distance, it's like this person got you. Okay, even with their emotional immaturity or their lack of life or dating experience, is like they still got you. Okay, like they still got you. Like, okay, so you were definitely, you know, involved. All right, but I feel like you still tried to maintain a sense of distance because you didn't want to get trapped in this situation with them. Um, I think you just have to like press and hold the little red dot and just rewind, Arjun. I think that's what you have to do. Um, yeah. Capricorn's timestamp was 2:10:45. Okay, Arjun 2:10:45. That's where you should go to listen to Capricorn. But yeah, so pretty much, yeah, you tried not to get in too deep with this person, but it kind of just happened anyway. So it's like you were always trying to like run, but there was something that was kind of keeping you there, keeping you what you feel like could have been trapped, okay, keeping you stuck, keeping you tied down with this person. um so yeah, it's kind of like the energy of like trying to run, but you're still there. So it's always something like pulling you back. The song that came to mind was Chingy and Tyrese. I think that song is called Pulling Me Back. It's that song where Tyrese be like, every time I try to leave, something keeps pulling me back, me back. So that's kind of the energy that you showed up in. It's like you didn't really want to be there, but you were there anyway. That's hilarious. Yeah, you felt the vibes too. It's okay. Hey, Antoine or Antoinette. Ooh, I'm sorry about that. Antoinette. Gemini is after Virgo. You laughing at me? I said Antoine. I said, oh no, Antoinette. All right. Where was the disconnect, or where did the energy stop aligning? And Virgo, I'm sorry. It just been so many distractions. Like, because that's one thing I don't like. Like, I don't like a loud and wrong person. It's like you got two things working against you. You're loud and you're wrong. Like, on top of that, three things. Ignorant too. Like ignorant. Like loud, wrong, ignorant, and assertive. Or in that case, I guess that person was aggressive. Like, yeah. People really be thinking they be eating. Like, y'all really, some people really be thinking they be eating, and it's like you're loud and wrong. Like, so sorry about that, Virgo. I can't stand that. It's like, at least be knowledgeable before you start saying stuff. All right. Okay, so similar to, I guess it was the last sign that I did. What was the last sign? Yeah, similar to Capricorn. Yeah, there was just too much gossip, I feel like, surrounding this. Too many people involved. Because what I just heard was like too many cooks in the kitchen, or too many hands in the pot, or something like that. It's just like too many people involved with your situation. And I just don't think it was fun or appealing for you to be a part of. If this person had you in a third party situation, it's like you didn't want to be a part of that either. Yeah, similar to another sign, I just feel like it was too many people in your business. Yeah, this is Virgo right now, Dean. Yeah, it was too many people in your business. You and this person could have been also been in a very like unconventional type of relationship. Unconventional type of relationship. Yeah. That's what I see here. You may have really wanted something committed, like actually something committed, something that you felt like comfortable in, but I don't think you felt very comfortable in the type of relationship dynamic that this person put you in. And I also feel like you sensed that, like I said, this person was being advised by someone else about you. And I just don't think that you particularly like that. Like, this person was definitely heavily influenced, whether it was them being influenced, like I said, by friends, by family, by a certain mindset, or even like a belief and ideology that they have about relationships. It seems like this was definitely someone who was not thinking for themselves. Okay. So I feel like that's where the disconnect happened. This person wasn't thinking for themselves. This person wasn't really like taking control of their life. They were really just allowing other people to influence them. I think that that was a very big problem for you. Hey, Sally from California. I did Taurus already. Taurus's timestamp is 1:53, 1 hour, 53 minutes. 1 hour, 53 minutes. Yeah, this is someone who definitely was not able to think for themselves. Like they didn't make their own decisions. I really feel like this is someone that's younger than you, someone who is like still being advised by others, or other people don't really trust this person's decisions. They don't really trust like their life trajectory or their life direction. Like other people just don't necessarily trust this. So yeah, this is just one of those people. Like I said, they allow other people to think for them. Yeah, they're still childish. They haven't yet developed a true sense of independence. And I mean, I don't know, like that's why I make decisions for myself. And that's why I will, in many ways, even if it has to be rebellious, I just let people know that, like, okay, thank you for sharing, but my decisions are ultimately up to me. Okay, my decisions are up to me. So I feel like this is someone that doesn't really have the guts to tell people that, to tell their friends and to tell their family that, like they can make their own decisions. They have yet to establish a sense of independence. Some of them could still be living at home. If they're not living at home, they just allow their family to be too like intertwined into their personal life. Okay, so that's just what I'm seeing here. All right, family or friends tend to influence this person and to make decisions for them when they should be doing it for themselves. So that's where the disconnect happened. Yeah, it was too much talk. Okay, it was too many people that were talking about your relationship. Okay, and it just came off as like gossip. It's just too much. So I feel like you just decided to like try to be done with this situation. Um, yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy, Virgo. It's always like that. Like that's why it's best to have like private relationships. It's best to have like private relationships as opposed to like public relationships, because someone's always gonna have something to say about it. Like, all right, so for you all, you have surrender procrastination. I feel like spirit is trying to tell you like it's other things that you could be focused on in life. Okay, so what can you surrender to so that you can move on, focus on other aspects and areas of your life? Yeah, spirit is saying like now is the time to jump on a goal instead of putting it off. Taking action will attract success. So I feel like this doesn't really have much to do with like love or relationships. It's just time for you to focus on doing things that are actually going to help to elevate you, as opposed to things that are going to make you feel like trapped. I feel like you didn't really want to get caught up with this person, Virgo. I feel like you kind of understood like, I can't get too deep, can't get too serious, but then you did. Okay, you did. And once you were there, it was no coming back. Okay. Now you definitely freed yourself. You freed yourself, like you took this as a loss and just moved on. um but as you were dealing with this person, it was very difficult for you to want to let go of it. I mean, it happens. All right, Virgo, let's move on. Now we're moving on to the air signs. If you all could give me 1 second, I'm about to go say hi to my son and turn the heat up, because I feel like somebody turned it down. Yeah, that's for you all, Virgo. I feel like you were getting like just cold feet. Like cold feet, like knowing that you couldn't really get too serious with this person, but then you did anyway. You did anyway. Yeah, you definitely had more feelings for this person than you were willing to admit. So even though you didn't say anything, the energy was still there. All right, y'all. I had to go say hi to my son and make sure he was ready for bed since he just got back from the movies. All right. We're moving on to the air signs. Last but definitely not least. Last but not least. Hey, Pascal. Charlon, I just added you as a moderator. All right. Gemini's timestamp is going to be 3:01. So 3 hours and 1 minute. 3 hours and 1 minute. Gemini. All right. Gemini, the question that we're asking is, why did your relationship or connection break up? We're going to ask 3 different questions, and this is going to be a you versus them style reading. You versus them style reading. All right, so the first question I'm going to ask is, what energy did you enter the relationship with? You and them. What energy did you and them enter the relationship with? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Gemini, you was just, when you entered into this connection, you just felt like there was just nobody that was going to be your person. Like, you just felt like no one was a good option for you or a good potential partner for you. Like, nobody. Like, I'm not seeing that you were like seeking perfection, but I just feel like you were just not happy with, like, any potential partners that could be around, anybody that tried to talk to you. Like, it's just like no one was, you just felt like no one was compatible with you, or you just weren't really feeling that spark or that chemistry with anybody. Like, that's how you kind of came into this. Like, that's crazy. Like, but yeah, you pretty much in many ways just felt like, okay, let me just give up on, love, relationships, connecting with others, because it's just like no one was really it for you. Okay, they weren't it for you. And like I said, it's not about you chasing perfection. That's not the energy I get here. But it's just like you just didn't like anybody. I don't know what else to say. Like, I'm picking up on the energy of like the Four of Cups, where it's just like you're just bored and disconnected and apathetic from love and relationships. Like, you just felt like you didn't have much to give. Okay, if you felt like that, Gemini, why did you get involved? Okay, why did you get involved? But it's like you just felt like you didn't really have much to give. Maybe you just decided that you wanted to give this person a chance, but you didn't have much to give in general. Okay, I'm not seeing that, oh, like, nobody wanted you or no one was interested in you. I feel like you could have been it for a lot of people, but they were not it for you. So it's not like you were gonna, continue those relationships or pour into those relationships. So you must have really just went out on a limb. I guess that's what people say. You just gave this person a chance. That's what I'm getting, because yeah, you just felt like there wouldn't be anybody that would be like compatible with you. I wanted to say 100% compatible with you, but like, no one's going to be all the way perfect, but it's just like you couldn't even find someone that, you know, at least ticked off the majority of the boxes or what you were looking for. Like, so yeah, you kind of already came into this connection just like, okay, like, let's see who this person is. Let's see what they do. Okay. That's kind of like the energy that you came into this with. Yeah. So I feel like this person that you were connecting with, they were definitely in a lot of toxic and abusive relationships before you. They were in toxic and abusive relationships. So I feel like this person was used to like being abused. They were used to like other people being chosen over them. They were used to like fighting and, you know, struggling and sacrificing everything just to get attention, to get affection, and to get love. And this was the type of person that like remained in that type of energy where like people would like, you know, use them and abuse them, and they would just sit there because they were fearing loss and abandonment. So you definitely were dealing with someone who was used to like, I want to say like getting the short end of the stick in relationships, or they're just used to like having like toxic lovers and just people like even putting their hands on them, people being very like verbally, emotionally, and even psychologically abusive. Like that's what they're used to. They're used to people treating them like they're an option and not really seeing them as worthy of being invested in. They're used to that. Okay. Like this person is definitely used to that. So that's crazy. That's that's crazy. Yeah. Like I don't think it's something that you know. I don't think this is something that you know. Um, but yeah, the person that you're connecting with, like highly insecure. And they also came into this connection like not feeling, you know, like you would accept them, okay, accept their flaws. They could have even had some body image issues as well. So they came into like the relationship with that as well, thinking that, you know, you wouldn't find them to be attractive. Uh, I mean, especially if you were in the energy of the Four of Cups, like you could have, uh, I want to say like inadvertently or unintentionally have like rejected this person or even like neglected them. And that's something that they kind of used to like, they internalized that and they used it, you know, to kind of like disparage themselves or to be very like self-deprecating. That's what they use that. So I mean, it's definitely your right to say like, okay, maybe this person is not it for me. But they kind of took it to the point of, you know, them feeling like you were like their past partners, okay? Whether it was something that was intentional, but what I'm kind of getting here is like it's just unintentional. It's just where you were energetically, like just feeling like no one was compatible with you, or you wouldn't feel that chemistry or that spark of attraction with anyone. Um, but yeah, here you are connecting with this person, so there must have been something here. Okay, but I'm just saying that whoever you're asking about, like they're used to, you know, people you know, treating them unkindly or not treating them right. Like they're used to that. So I feel like that was something that they expected. Like they expected that. They expected to get the short end of the stick. And I feel like whenever people like expect to get the short end of the stick, like in many ways, they start to like overcompensate by, you know, doing other things. Like they start to like to harm you because they feel like, oh yeah, you're going to be abusive just like people in the past. So let me harm you. Let me get you before you could get me. I'm kind of picking that up. Like that's what happened here. Okay. That's what happened here. So in many ways, it's like this person you're connecting with, they went from being like a victim to a perpetrator. Yeah. How did you show up within this connection? Yeah, I just feel like what you were experiencing as far as like people not being compatible with you, or just feeling like you were fated to be alone, or just feeling like, you know, you wouldn't meet your other half. Okay, I'm just saying that with quotation marks because we know that, you know, we have to be a whole and complete person on our own. And if we're dealing with someone in a relationship, like they should just be an addition to our lives. Okay, they should be an addition to our lives. So yeah, I feel like how you showed up within this connection is like you were just still in many ways trying to like heal from the brokenness that you've experienced from the past and other relationships that you've been in that have made you feel like emotionally burned out. Okay, so you still needed additional time, Gemini, to heal from your past. You still needed additional time. So I do think that you were in many ways like rejecting this person's advances, or you weren't really allowing yourself to like really open up to the connection because of just what you experienced in the past. So in many ways, Virgo, I say Virgo, maybe you need to go listen to Virgo's reading, Gemini, but I definitely feel like um you were not ready. Okay, you were not ready to engage in another relationship. And then it's like you're engaging in a relationship with someone that has been abused in the past. So it's like they're they're expecting mistreatment. So anything that you do, even though it's not necessarily directed at them, it's like they're gonna take it as you're abusing them, or that you're mistreating them, that you're being mean to them. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy. But yeah, you all may have just experienced a lot of like broken relationships as well. Like, you could have a broken family, where like all of your family members are kind of like estranged and separated from each other, or your parents may have had like an unconventional type of relationship, or your parents may have also divorced. So it's like you're kind of used to strained relationships, whether you were involved in relationships that were strained and stressful, or you observed that as you were growing up. Yeah. This person, how they showed up, yeah, they showed up in a very, what I want to say, like, they showed up in a very like toxic and inconsistent way. Okay, toxic and inconsistent. Because it's like whoever you're dealing with is like, this individual is also very codependent, or even what I want to say is dependent. And it's just like they've engaged in these certain types of relationships, but it's like people have also abused them so much so that they felt like they had to be dependent on their abuser. Okay, so I feel like this is someone who's dealt with like Stockholm syndrome. Like, they could have issues with like continuously going back. They could have issues with, I'm a regular person, like, and you're an ignorant person. So talking about how arrogant I must be. At least I'm out here helping the people develop self-awareness and clarity, as opposed to going on someone else's channel and criticizing them for doing something you don't even have the balls to do in your real life. Like, what is wrong with you? I know I'm a normal person, but at the end of the day, I'm a spiritual person having a normal human experience. So take that somewhere else. Take that somewhere else. Take that to your channel. Like, unless you're literally just a consumer and you're not a producer, you're not a creator. Like, yeah. Yeah. Thanks for doing that, Charlene. Uh, yeah, now I lost my train of thought. Now I lost my train of thought. But yeah, basically, this person that you're dealing with, like, they're very codependent. Like, they really actually are. And their abusers in the past have definitely made them feel like they needed them. So I'm just getting that this is someone who definitely experiences Stockholm syndrome. This is definitely someone who could have been in and out, and even going back to people in the past that have like severely hurt them, even going back. I feel like this person doesn't really feel safe anywhere. And I'm not saying that you didn't help make them feel safe, but I just feel like you are dealing with, issues that were outside of this connection. You still needed more time to heal. So it wasn't like you were unsafe, but it was an unsafe situation for this person, and even for you. Okay? Even for you, because you still need time to heal and change your mindset, or just your perception of love, or thinking that you're going to be alone, thinking that you're not going to find the person for you, when that's not true. Okay, it's not true. um but yeah, this person, I feel like they kind of showed up in and out, like very inconsistent. At times it's like this person was pursuing you and chasing you, because they wanted you and desired you, but at other times it's like this person was very like withdrawn. So I just think this was like an inconsistent in and out type of situation that you were experiencing, with this individual, Gemini. Like, that's how they showed up, very inconsistent, very inconsistent. Yeah, I just also feel like this person didn't really want to show you like what was really going on, like underneath the surface, especially because this person showed up very inconsistently. So you may have thought like, oh, this person is being a player, and nine times out of ten they probably were. Okay, they probably were with this in and out energy. But I don't think you really understand like the root cause of this. It's like this person is just an abused person, and it's like they just don't want people to continue to hurt and abuse them. But in many ways, it's like I said, they've turned into the perpetrator. Like they're no longer I can't say they're no longer a victim, but it's like they've been victimized. I just think how they're showing up now is like they're perpetuating um you know it doesn't even have to be similar, the same abuse, but I feel like it's similar, if that makes sense. All right, so the disconnect. Where did the disconnect happen? But to be quite frank and honest, it was already disconnected from the jump. Antoinette, this is Gemini. Sorry, I dropped some cards. All right. Where did the disconnect happen, or where did the energy stop aligning? That's the question I'm asking. Yeah, like I said, I feel like it was already disconnected to begin with. Like Gemini, you still needed more time to heal and I don't want to say get over. Okay, let me just say get through. You still had to work through a lot of the emotions and the sadness that you have experienced from the past. Because you already came into the connection just feeling like you wouldn't find that person for you, or the person that you would be compatible with. So I definitely feel like you were still dealing with like disappointment and feeling let down from just your past experiences. So it was, like I said, it was already disconnected. I also feel like the mindset that you have is limited. It's limited, feeling like I said, you might be fated to be alone. Like that's a very limited mindset. So I kind of feel like it was already disconnected to begin with. Like things weren't really aligned to begin with. Yeah, sorry y'all. I've definitely been snapping a little bit. It's not going to stop me from coming back on here and reading again. It's just a simple fact that it's a lot of like idiots popping up in the chat. I'm not used to that. So where did it disconnect on their end? Yeah, like I said, I feel like it was already disconnected. I feel like this person is still like holding on to just like the past and what they've experienced, and just, how those experiences have created a certain type of narrative in their mind. Like I said, this is definitely that type of individual that would like be out to hurt someone before they could hurt them, because they've been perpetually victimized by other people over the course of time and abused. So I just feel like this was someone who I just feel like this was someone who yeah, like I said, they were, yeah. This is also similar to other signs, like they had one foot in and also one foot out. Um, I feel like if this person was like honest with you, they would really tell you that they actually have an immense amount of like love, support, love and admiration. That's what I heard. Love and admiration for you. But I think that those feelings are too overwhelming for them, and it's not necessarily something that they can handle, because they're already thinking that you are going to hurt them. So this individual, similar to like the other signs, has an issue with like truly being vulnerable, opening up, and not like repressing or suppressing their feelings. So yeah, that's crazy. I just feel like when someone's been victimized and abused over time, it's like a bit too, like I said, overwhelming, or it's a bit too intimidating to like confront such strong emotions that you will have, because you're already projecting that this person is going to leave you, or you're projecting that this person is going to abuse you, or this person is going to harm you. So, yeah, I just think that for them, they just thought like the best thing to do was to just, regardless of like how intense the feelings were for you, the best thing to do was to just let it go, because it's too much to have to carry. Okay, it's too much to have to carry your attraction, your passion for someone, your love that you have for someone, but also with the fact that you've been abused in the past, you've been hurt, and even, having to carry the fact that you've also hurt people as well, because like I said, this person was becoming a perpetuator of abuse, and not just a victim of it. So yeah, I just think that this whole thing was disconnected and misaligned to begin with. That's just kind of the energy I'm getting. I hope it makes sense. It's getting late. It's getting late. All right, so let's go ahead and get you a card from the surrender deck, and we'll close out this reading. Like, what can you surrender to so that you can continue to move on and to live your life? What can you surrender to? All right. Yo, this says surrender comparisons with other people. I feel like this should have been the advice for one of the other signs that I read for. Surrender comparisons with other people. Like, it says, keep your eyes trained on yourself. Focus on your own strengths, attractiveness, and power. So, yeah, hopefully this definitely means something to you. But for real, I feel like just ignore this surrender comparisons with other people and focus on the other message, which is keep your eyes trained on yourself. Because I just don't think that you are in a healed place to where you actually could engage in this relationship in a healthy way, and to think positively about this relationship or just relationships in general. So I do think that you need to start to think a bit more positively, understanding that, like, come on, like, there is someone out here for you. Even if it's not this individual, there's definitely someone out here for you, so you don't have to project that you won't encounter or meet this person. So that's what I would say. Yeah, I split the deck. You also got surrender, low self-esteem. You deserve success, love, and abundance. Set an intention to identify and release any remnants of low self-esteem. All right, let's go ahead and move on. You're welcome, Antoinette. We're moving on now to Libra. And then we'll close it out with Aquarius. And then I need to go get something to eat because I'm hungry. You know what's interesting is, like, that person was literally trying to tell me, like, how dare I be an oracle. You could have the most simple and basic conversation with a stranger, but that person could literally give you a key piece of advice or information that could literally change your life. Anybody. Like, you could hear anything, any message that anybody, you know, could say, and that thing could literally change your life or change your perspective. So it's just hilarious to me how that person was trying to criticize me for actually trying to bring through messages of clarity. like, as opposed to just jumping to judge. Like, I've had some of the most simplest conversations with people, and like I said, they've literally told me something that changed my life or changed my perspective or made me see something differently. Yeah, like, so it's just like interesting to me, like, that person would even hop on here and say that. Like, you could even watch TV and hear like a message in a commercial, and that commercial would confirm something that you were thinking about, okay? Or it could be confirmation for if you play this or that with the universe. So it's just like, you should always keep your what do I want to say? Keep your eyes open and keep your ears peeled. I guess that's what they say. Like, you should always be observant, because the littlest piece of information, the tiniest piece of information, like, you even seeing something random could be confirmation, or could what do I want to say? Not coincide, but or could be confirmation. I guess that's what I said already. It's getting late. It's getting late. I hope y'all get what I'm saying. Libra. It's getting late. Charlene, you laughing at me. Now, I've been on here for a long time, and I've been up since like 5:45 this morning, so y'all know I'm ready to go. Libra, your timestamp is gonna be 3/26/45. Libra. Mm-hmm. All right. All right, so why does your relationship or connection break up? I'm gonna be asking 3 different questions, and this is a you versus them style of reading. Okay. So, what energy did you enter the relationship with? And what energy did they enter the relationship with? Mm-hmm. All right, let's go over to them. Okay. So on your side, Libra, on your side, similar to the other signs for tonight, it seems like you kind of entered into the relationship not being 100% forthcoming about like how you actually truly feel, and feeling comfortable enough to like express your emotions to others, or even to people that you like develop love, care, and compassion for. In a romantic sense, it's like you're not as open, willing, or vulnerable enough to really want to express yourself. Um, I also feel like you just have a general like mistrust or distrust of people. Like, you just don't necessarily feel 100% comfortable with people, or even comfortable with like true intimate connections where like the other person is like really truly getting to know you. I'm not saying it's because you don't accept yourself. I just feel like you don't really feel like other people accept you. So in many ways, you could also be feeling very like misunderstood, or you've just been in relationships in the past where people haven't truly like supported you and loved you fully. Okay, they haven't necessarily supported you, so you may have also experienced a lot of like conditional lovers. Okay, conditional lovers, or just conditional love in general, where it's like you were expected to perform a certain way in order to receive love. Like, you weren't just unconditionally loved for you, like flaws and all, mistakes and all. You didn't necessarily receive a certain level of grace and mercy that you actually truly deserved. So you kind of already came into this feeling like, all right, yeah, like, I'm not even gonna tell this person how I feel, because I don't necessarily trust people in general. That's number one. And number two, it's like you haven't really experienced conditional love, and that's actually very saddening. But I understand it. It's very saddening. So you may have been conditioned, um, to have to be like performance based. Okay, so you received love, admiration, and validation if you performed a certain way. Okay, so that's something that maybe your parents or your family structure could have conditioned you um, to experience, or condition you to kind of like act out that, pattern or that negative cycle. Um, or even past lovers may have been very conditional with you. Okay, so it's kind of making me feel like the energy of like, if you, let's say if you criticize the past lover and they just would disappear and then they would come back, and it's like, let's just say you criticize them for leaving and then they would disappear again. In many ways, it's like you could have been groomed to have to like shut up, to not express yourself, to not advocate for yourself, because if you did that, that would make your lovers feel uncomfortable and they would just end up leaving, and you didn't want them to leave. So I just feel like you were conditioned or groomed to having to behave, act, perform a certain way so that you could receive love in return. Love, attention, care, and compassion. And that's messed up. Okay? That's messed up, because you are allowed to express what you are dissatisfied with without someone having to like retaliate and punish you in return. Okay? So I get it. I get it, Libra. I get it. I really do. All right, so them, what energy did they enter the relationship with? Um, well, this person wasn't really secure. They have an issue with confidence. They also have an issue with seeing themselves as attractive. I also feel like this is someone who could be very like self-centered, um, or also very superficial. That's the word that actually wanted to come through, was superficial. So this is someone who, of course, may have been very like attracted to you, very attracted to your beauty, also very attracted to your personality, but it's like that's what they typically focused on. Okay, they didn't really care about getting too deep. So I think, this person that you're dealing with was very superficial, and because they were focused more so on the superficial aspects of the connection, it's like this was kind of like a recipe for disaster, because they weren't gonna, try to get to know you on a deeper level. Okay, so that you even could develop a sense of trust with them. I feel like you kind of felt like this individual was superficial, they were surface level, and also very self-centered, just kind of focused on themselves, what they could get out of relationships. I also feel like this is someone who may have used you for social capital, because this is someone who definitely lacks confidence. Um, they do. And I feel like a lot of their confidence comes from like who they are attached to. So it's like this person was attached to you because of how you look like. Um, that's crazy. Like, that's crazy. But I do think that they saw a benefit to, having you in their life. Um, Especially because Libras are really good like socially. Like Libras know how to move around, very charismatic, very beautiful, elegant, like, so I definitely feel like this person was attracted to like how you show up in society. um and that was something that, you know uh was appealing to them. But I feel like they didn't really give it a chance to get to know you on a deeper level. Okay, similar to another sign, they may have thought that they wouldn't really be compatible with anybody, so that's why they maintained a lot of superficial connections with others. And they also, like I said, use people for social capital. They use people to boost their ego, and I think that's similar to Pisces reading. So you should go back and listen to Pisces, Libra. Go back and listen to that reading. All right, so you showed up feeling like, no one would really truly accept you and unconditionally love you, because that's not what you experience. You only ever experience conditional love. And you also hid your feelings, and you also came into the connection not trusting. But I feel like you don't, it's a general like mistrust or distrust of people, like I said, and they came in being very superficial. All right. So how did you show up in the relationship? Yeah. Yeah, yeah, so I definitely feel like you went over into the other extreme because I feel like you have valid criticisms. Like you're definitely allowed to express when you're not happy with something or if you feel like you're being mistreated. So I think you came into the situation not really being afraid of conflict or being afraid to like advocate for yourself or to like speak up. It just to state your opinion, regardless of how conflictual it was. So, regardless of what you had experienced in the past, or just even the example that I gave you about you feeling like love was performance based for you, like that was how you receive love from others, just kind of like going with the flow and not saying anything back in return. Like I definitely feel like that was you. But like in this situation, in this relationship, it's like you didn't really hesitate to like speak up for yourself. And if that meant that you were problematic and you were causing problems and a conflict, then it's like you were going to express your differences without holding yourself back. So I feel like you went from one end of the extreme to the other. Like one end where you just felt like you had to go along to get along, to receive love in return, to be fully accepted. And then for some reason, when you got with this person, is like you went over to the other extreme. You were just kind of like, F it, I'm going to say what I have to say. If I'm not happy with something, I'm going to speak up. Like, I don't care if I'm being problematic or not. Like, I'm going to speak up for myself. So yeah, I guess this was the relationship where you really decided that you wanted to defend yourself, advocate for yourself, and speak up. Yeah. Um, how did they show up? Well, in return, I feel like this person just did what everybody else in your past has done. Was they just like resisted and they just held back? I do feel like this person ended up developing more feelings for you than they led on, which is crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, yeah. This person actually developed more feelings for you than they let you know. So it's like you was hiding feelings in many ways. I feel like this person was hiding feelings as well. But they knew that your criticisms of them or of the situation of the relationship were valid. Like they knew that. Okay, they knew that for a fact. But for some reason, it's like this person had issues with being yielding and just saying like, okay, you know what, you're right. You know what, you're right. How can we fix it? It's like this person was resistant, even though everything that you were saying was valid and they knew it was. They knew it was. They knew that there was a reasoning behind why you were saying what you were saying. They get it. They understand. But for some reason, they just couldn't yield and allow you to see that they were yielding and allow you to see that they were understanding so that the changes could be made. Like, that's crazy. Yeah, that's definitely crazy. Like, it is. I feel like it was healing for you to speak up and to be quote unquote problematic. I'm not saying you were being problematic, but I am saying that oftentimes when you present conflict, people will look at it like that. Okay. But I do think that sometimes conflict is necessary. I do think so. And if you're willing to work through the conflict and come to a peaceful resolution, then it was all worth it. But when conflict arises, when it happens, it's like the first thing people want to start doing is retreating, or like this person, they want to start resisting and retreating and trying to pretend like what you're saying that doesn't make sense is foreign to them and they just don't understand why. So I don't really like that. It's like this person understood the depth and the importance of what you were saying. They even understood the value in what it was that you were telling them, but they just could not show you. They could not show you that they understood it. Maybe they didn't want to make the changes. Mm-mm. Like, that's crazy. Sorry, y'all. Something fell in here. Yeah, that's crazy. I just feel like eventually you started to feel very like crippled or limited within this connection. And I'm not being an ableist. I just feel like there was so much that you could do here, or it was just so much that you could do, or you couldn't really expand. I feel like the best thing for you, Libra, would have just been for you to just like focus on yourself and to not engage in a relationship with this person, because it's like you went from one end of the extreme to another, and I feel like you need some time to like just balance out your own energy, okay? And especially how you react to relationships. So you may have started to feel like this person was expecting you to show up in a certain way in order for them to like love you. You may have started to feel that this person was a conditional lover, and they definitely showed that with their resistance to what you were saying to them. So it's kind of like the same dynamic started to play out again, and I just think the best thing for you was to just not get involved. But it's okay. It's okay. It's all right. Because if this reading resonates with you, then, if anything, you're just learning more about yourself. Okay. You're just learning more about yourself and just things that need to continue to be healed within you. So yeah, I just think for you, you went from one end of the extreme to the other. It's kind of giving me like the temperance in reverse. Temperance in reverse, like where I think it's kind of like the energy of like your throat chakra being closed, and then all of a sudden it's like it's open. So you go from not saying anything at all to literally saying and expressing every single thought. Okay, it's like one end of the extreme to the other. I hope y'all get it. But yeah, this person was superficial, but there actually is more depth to this connection than they're willing to admit. Yeah, what I heard was they may have like gaslit you as well. You may have thought like, oh, there's more. And it's true, there definitely was more. All right, there was more, but this is an individual that likes to have very like surface level relationships, even though they know that there's a depth. They may just be a bit too shy to really explore their emotions and just where it goes or where it can go. All right, so where was the disconnect, or where did the energy stop aligning? I just saw temperance. Hey, Gregory. I mean, what you did eventually was what is just like the energy that you should have already been in from the beginning. I feel like that's why things didn't align, or things stopped aligning, is because you really realized that you had to pull back and focus on like, loving yourself, okay, and being happy and content with yourself. So developing more of a like a fulfilling life for yourself, okay, a life that you would be pleased with. And I just feel like you learned a lot through this connection or through your experience with this person, because I'm seeing the Page of Pentacles, and the Page of Pentacles for me is kind of the energy of like, if you know better, you'll do better. Like you have a little bit more life experience. So now in many ways it's like you can um utilize that experience as like an inner compass that'll guide you to making better decisions. Okay, if you know better, you'll do better. So yeah, I just feel like you started to focus more so on yourself and fulfilling yourself. I just think that it was through this person's resistance to like what you were telling them or what you were expressing to them. Like it was their resistance that really forced you to have to like pull back and in many ways to mirror them and to be a bit more like self-centered, a bit more selfish with your time, with your energy, specifically your emotional energy and also your attention. So it's crazy because I'm not seeing here that you didn't have feelings for this person. I just don't think, similar to another sign, I think it was Cancer. I feel like it's okay to have feelings for other people, but I definitely feel like there was a lot of self love work that you had to focus on within yourself based off of like the types of relationships that you've been a part of and just how people have put you in these conditionally loving situations where you had to show up a particular way just to, be loved. it's like you definitely needed time to kind of like get out of that energy and to just unconditionally love yourself. So yeah, I just think that that's where, at least for you, that's where the disconnect started, because you realize like, I'm not about to keep dealing with this same relationship pattern and dynamic, okay, with this individual that's similar to your past. So you really just pull back and focus on yourself and what you wanted to do in your life, okay? Instead of you like giving your undying loyalty to people that were conditionally loving you, you decided to just be loyal to yourself, to be faithful to yourself. Okay, that's just what you decided to do, to focus on yourself. All right. And where was the disconnect with them? Well, yeah, in the resistance. I do think that this is someone who similar to the individuals in your past, like they pull back and they go silent. Okay? So you may have had a lot of like no contact periods of time with this person where it's like y'all were not talking. Okay? Y'all were not talking. Um and I think this was most likely happening, like I said, after conflict. So there would be conflict where you would speak up and it would create a conflict. And instead of them actually trying to work through it, they would just get mad or they would get sad or they would get hurt and angry and just like distance themselves from you. So yeah, once this person started to play those no contact games, that's when things really started to change. Yeah. And I just feel like, yeah, I think this person really affirmed to you that same pattern of um not being unconditionally loved. Like, just to have to repeat that again, I really feel like that. I really feel like if you didn't stroke this person's ego, if you didn't say something that um if you didn't say something that made them feel better about themselves or affirmed them or validated them or made them feel confident, they will pull back. And when they pull back from talking to you, they will also pull back from investing in the connection or being generous with you or being caring or being kind or supporting you. They will pull back. So, like this relationship that you were in kind of just like reaffirmed what you were already experiencing. So, yeah, they would just pull back and literally not be there. Like their presence would not be there. And for some of you, they will also invest in other relationships. I'm not going to jump and say other romantic relationships, even though you know your situation, but it's like they would go invest in other relationships that were not you. So they should have been there, with you, but they were with others. Yeah, they were with others. Yeah. And I just feel like you never knew when this person was gonna pull back. At a certain point in time, you just stopped caring. You spoke up, you said what you had to say, and because they kept leaving, being silent with you, being mysterious, you not really knowing what's going on with them. Um, Also being very secretive. I don't feel like this person told you um about their insecurities. I don't feel like this person told you that, like, okay, hey, like, Libra, like the stuff you're saying is actually kind of hurting my feelings. I just feel like this person would do passive aggressive things like stop talking to you, go deal with other people, go pour or invest into other relationships, and just kind of leave you wondering what was going on. Okay. Like leaving you to have to figure things out. So I feel like you just got tired of it and was just like, you know what? I'm just gonna pour into myself. Like that's just what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna pour into myself, and hey, like I'm just gonna open myself up to maybe developing other relationships and friendships with other people, because you're not even there. Your presence is gone. It's a mystery. Like yeah, so I just feel like you just kind of leaned into it, like, hey, okay, this person's gone. I'm just gonna talk to other people, get to know other people because they're not there. Hey, Gregory. You gonna say she was just crazy. Yo, thank you for sharing, Gregory. All right, yeah, this is good, y'all. Your surrender card is surrender to non-action. Now is the time to be still and not act. Simply breathe and focus on your own power. Let others come to you. So yeah, I just feel like you're pouring just a lot of love, care, and attention into yourself. Okay. And that could also be what is even making you more attractive to newer love opportunities with people that actually are going to like genuinely like you, genuinely care about you, like genuinely, and not expect you to perform. Um but yeah, also surrendering to non-action. Yeah, I feel like you understand now moving forward that when people pull back in this way just because you say one thing, um when people pull back, it's like just let them go. Okay? Like don't go chase, don't go do anything. Like if there's silence and there's nothing going on, I feel like this is about you being comfortable with the silence. Okay? It's just funny because I just thought about how sometimes people can't really put up with awkward silences. Like you could be talking to someone and let's just say that the conversation just stops. It's like some people aren't okay with like the empty space. They just always feel like they have to talk or they always feel like they have to say something. But yeah, as far as within this connection, I feel like this is about you understanding like it's okay. Like the silence is all right. Like I don't have to, get curious or wonder what's going on and, what's happening. Like I could actually just step back, let it go, and focus on myself. So when another person decides to pull back and go no contact with you, instead of you wondering what they're up to, what they're doing, it's like you'll understand, like, you know what, that person pulled back. That's what they're choosing to do. Let me just focus even more so on myself instead of wondering what is going on or if they have hidden motives and intentions, if they lying, if they're what are they doing, like, so you just kind of stop thinking about it, which is good. Because in the past it's like people would condition you that, and you would be so like hung up about it, like when you would say something or act in a way and then people would pull away and punish you. It's like you would, like, I don't want to say fight, but it's like you would really, want to say something about it or you want to understand why, like, and it's just like, no, like you don't have to do that anymore. If someone pulls back because you said something or you did something, then whatever. Okay, they pull back, whatever, you know. So yeah, it's getting late, y'all, but yeah, like I hope you get what I'm saying. Like it's like just not caring anymore. Just not caring. It is what it is, but at the end of the day, like one thing this person would have to admit to you is like what you were saying was valid. Okay, what you were saying to them was valid, regardless of if they want to accept it or not. Yeah, that's all you can do. That's really all you can do, Gregory. Is like when somebody says something like that, that's really all you could do. Is just move on. Because it's like in the past, you would have, try to appease the person, pacify them, wonder why they left. Okay. But it's like, you got to understand that it's like people use that no contact in and out thing. Like they use that as punishment. They use it as punishment and they also use it to groom you. So they disappear and they remove themselves from your life just to groom you so that next time don't say something that's going to bruise their already bruised ego so that don't do that next time. So I don't like it, but whatever. uh Laretha Walker, I hope I said your name right. um Pisces timestamp is 52 minutes and 45 seconds. That's Pisces timestamp for this question. Why did your relationship or connection break up? But if you want something personal, then you can definitely contact me for a personal reading. Okay, I am available. I am available. At least for now is what I wanted to say. At least for now, because I'm busy. Like I have so many different things going on, and especially because the year is wrapping up, and of course, still trying to show up as best as I can. But just like everybody else, since somebody told me I'm a regular human being, which I've always said I was, Just like everybody else, I'm busy around this time of year. You all say that hair is busy. I don't know if that's an insult or not. One, if it's an insult, or two, if it's a compliment. Because if it's an insult, you're getting flamed. Because I got time today. I got time today. So one, if it's an insult. Two, if it's a compliment. Oh, okay, 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 okay. Okay, okay, okay. I get that to you. Because people been talking a lot of mess today. Okay, people been talking a lot of mess. So yeah. Thank you, Gregory. Aquarius, your timestamp is gonna be 3:56. Oh yeah. This isn't a coaster collection actually. AFX. This is what deck is this? Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't tell y'all the other deck I was using. This is the Astro Alignment deck. It's the Astro Alignment deck. So I actually wish these were coasters, but they're not. But you actually gave me a good idea. You gave me a good idea. Yo, it's probably on Etsy right now. Custom coasters. All right, Aquarius. I'm gonna change your timestamp to 3:57, and then let's go ahead and get started. And after Aquarius, y'all, I'm gonna go ahead and post the timestamps, and then I'm gonna take it down for the night. Sleep. All right, so Aquarius, why did your relationship or connection break up? I'm going to be asking 3 different questions. The first question is, what energy did you and them enter the relationship with? So I'm going to do a you versus them style reading. Gregory going to say, just no Aries ladies on my love interest list. Aries got you in a chokehold, Gregory. Yo, I dated one Aries guy, and he definitely was very self-centered. He did whatever he wanted to do. He always did what he wanted to do. Like, that used to annoy me. Okay. Yo, that's hilarious. Yeah, Aquarius is like, you kind of went into this situation ready to like reject this person. Whoever you're asking about that you ended the connection with. I think you pride yourself on being very mature. You pride yourself on being very intellectual, very smart. Um, but I think that when you enter this connection, it's like similar to the other signs, you were pretty much burned out with the individuals that you were meeting or relationships that you were a part of. It's like you was just emotionally burned out, just always feeling like the people you were connecting with weren't really on your level, whether it's your mental ability or just on your level emotionally. So you could have a very high EQ, and you just felt like no one could really match you. Okay, so I just think that you just through your dating, relationships, and just even the conversations that you were having with people as you were getting to know them, it's like you just realized that you were interacting with them on a whole nother level. Like, people just weren't really meeting you. They weren't really like energetically vibrating on your level. So you kind of went into this thinking that you would end up rejecting this person, that they would not be the one for you. So you kind of already went into it kind of like, projecting the worst, projecting that they wouldn't be a match, or that y'all wouldn't be compatible, or even projecting that, they would just kind of burn you out just like other people have. So I don't know, maybe you need to like deal with people that are older than you. Aquarius, like, and the crazy thing is, it's a lot of like older people that act like just like they're in their 20s or something. Like they be acting so immature, but being in their 50s and 60s, acting like they're in their 20s, like mad emotionally stunted, like emotionally, mentally stunted, like they haven't been walking this earth for over 40 years. So look, just take what I said with a grain of salt about maybe you should date an older person, but I do think that that would be better for you, okay? Because regardless of how old you are, it could just be that the other people that are in your age group or your age range, they're just not there. Like their level of maturity is just not there. So that's why I'm just like, maybe you should try to date an older person. Maybe that might work, okay? But you still got to be careful out here with the older people, okay? You still got to be careful. So that's kind of how you came into the situation. Like you came into it, and I'm gonna reshuffle for their side. You came into it already kind of thinking that this person wouldn't be on your level. This person came into the situation or the relationship thinking that they were unattainable, or someone that's very like hard to get. So this person may have put themselves on this like impossible pedestal, like they're seeking this specific type of person, like they're seeking perfection, and kind of like making other people feel bad if they didn't really like live up to whatever their standards were, okay? So it's kind of crazy because I'm not saying you're hard to get or you was playing hard to get, but I do think in many ways it's like you kind of are. Like you kind of are. Like it's difficult to, earn your respect, or it's difficult for, you to just jump and fall in love with anybody. Like it's difficult. Like it's difficult. Like I don't see you just jumping into relationships with people. So it's kind of like a mirroring thing that's also going on between you and this person. It's like you were expecting to reject them and they were expecting to be unattainable. Like that's crazy. That is definitely crazy. Like yeah, I'm definitely glad that you decided to the silver wanderer. I'm glad you decided to retract your statement, because my spirits is the Holy Spirit, okay? Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior. So if you're telling me that you're more powerful than Jesus Christ, who is the Son of God, like if you're telling me that you're more powerful than that energy and the most divine entity that's operating in my life, then yeah, you want some other shit. So I'm definitely glad that you retracted your statement. Like, I'm definitely glad you did. Like, like what in the hell? I'm more powerful than your spirits. yo, yo, I was really about to be like, you ain't shit. Like, I was really about to say that, but I guess I said it anyway. yo, yo, Charlene cracking up. Charlene, I've really been snapping today, more so than usual. I'm trying to tell you, like, maybe it's because it's Friday, it's getting late. I don't know what it is. Like, but yeah, yeah, them. So the person on your mind, like the energy that they entered with was kind of like, oh, I'm unattainable, I'm hard to get, like, like I have a certain, expectation of what I'm looking for. um Yo, it's funny because it's mirroring that's going on here. So it's kind of like y'all both kind of came into this um with similar but different types of energies. And I also feel like they came in ready to like compare and contrast you, which is crazy. Like and comparing and contrasting you to people from their past. So I definitely feel like this person projected like an image upon you, as opposed to just like getting to know you for who you are. But in many ways, it's like you kind of came into the situation in a similar way, thinking like this person wouldn't really like meet your standards intellectually or emotionally. Um, so it's some mirroring going on here, which is kind of funny. Yeah, Charlene, people are crazy. People are crazy talking about more powerful than your spirits. Like, you are not more powerful than the divine. Like, get out of here. Like, in a blink of an eye, you could not be here. Like, literally in the blink of an eye, you could not be here. And you really trying to sit up here talking about who you're more powerful than? You're a regular ass human being, just like that other person told me. That other person told me I'm a regular person. Like, you a regular person. Like, had to be. Had to be like had to be like you was talking about he was drunk. Had to be. Yeah, because when people drink or they be doing that sniff sniff, they be getting real aggressive. Like, so who knows? I just be chilling. I don't be getting lit and going on people's readings talking shit. All right, y'all. It's getting late. How did you show up within the connection? Well, we know. Yeah. Yo, that's hilarious. Yeah, I think you kind of already knew this person wasn't really it. Okay. It wasn't really it. So yeah, I don't even think this connection had a chance. Aquarius, whoever you asked it about, I don't really think it had a chance. I felt like you were pretty much ready to leave if and when you needed to. Okay, if and when you needed to leave, you were ready. So that may have also been something that you just solidified within yourself. Is like, yeah, when I receive signs and synchronicities that this is not the individual for me, I'm just gonna leave. Like, once I see the red flags, I'm gonna go. Like, I'm not gonna look at the red flags as pink flags. I'm just gonna exit the situation. So I feel like that was kind of like a pact that you made with yourself, even before you met this person. So I'm not mad at you. I'm not mad. Like, if it wasn't what you was looking for, you got up and left, as opposed to just sitting there and continuing to engage with this person and, see that, they wasn't really, I want to say, like, on your level, or what you expected to get out of the relationship. You weren't really gonna get it, but it's like you kind of didn't expect too much to begin with. So yeah. Yep. And yeah, this person acted very like unattainable. I feel like at least you kind of observed the situation and you still gave them a chance. I feel like this person, um, they just wanted you to have this idea of them that, yeah, like I said, that they were, like I said, unattainable, and that you just had to, show up in a particular way to get their attention or to have their focus on you. But yeah, this is definitely someone who doesn't even really know what they want, and this person, as unattainable as they try to act, is like they're actually easy AF. Like, this is an easy person. They're easy. Like, they're always looking for the perfect person. They're always comparing and contrasting this person to that person. Like, they're always opening themselves up to getting to know other people and trying to see like what's going on with this person and what's going on with them. It just kind of reminds me of like, someone just kind of like walking through a crowd of people, and then they're looking for someone, but they're just kind of like bumping into people and looking around people and doing this, and like it's just like that's the vision that I kind of got of this person. Is like they're always looking for something, looking for somebody. So yeah, how they showed up in the connection, they're very distracted. I feel like you paid a lot of attention to this person. You really observed them. Um, but I don't think this person really paid that much attention to you. So, similar to another sign, I feel like this is definitely someone who like pedestalized themselves. Like I said, made it seem like they were hard to get, but they're not. They're actually a very easy person. It's easy to get them. Like, it's easy. The only issue here is that they're looking for a perfect partner. Whereas I feel like you're looking for someone that's just on your level. And, like that has nothing to do with perfectionism. Like, it has nothing to do with that. Um, okay. I feel like I kind of answered some of this question, but where was the disconnect, or where did the energy stop aligning? Yeah, I feel like once you realize that they were distracted and they weren't really like present in the relationship, yeah. And then I also feel like once you really started to discover this person for who they are, understanding that they're not as unattainable as they act, realizing that, I feel like that was something else that, influenced you to just be like, okay, you know what, let me just put an end to this, because what is the point? you know, in many ways, I feel like this individual could have could have even like try to like dangle a carrot in front of you to make themselves seem to be like more appealing than what they actually really truly are. This could also be that type of person that likes to be elusive or likes to be mysterious, to leave you like guessing or leaving you have to think or having to figure things out. But you're smart. So it's like once you kind of figured out this person, I think that was pretty much it for you. So that's where the energies disconnected once you figured them out. Yeah. Yeah, once you figured them out. And what I'm getting is that you were the person that ended it. That's what I'm seeing here. You all may have even entered a more serious relationship. You could have met someone that was on your level. Okay, you could have met someone that was on your level, and someone that was actually reliable, someone who actually showed up, someone who wasn't being so elusive or acting so unattainable, like um someone who wasn't really pretending. I feel like whoever you're asking about would like exaggerate certain aspects about themselves to you. Okay, they would be pretending or they would be exaggerating. So I just feel like instead of you having to deal with someone that's pretending or someone that's bluffing, it's like you actually ended up meeting or coming into contact with someone that actually is about what they say they're about. Okay, someone that actually is what the person on your mind is pretending to be. Yeah, the energy stopped aligning when this individual decided to uh go entertain other people or to start other relationships, especially relationships that they felt attracted or drawn to. Yeah, they were sidetracked. So that's where the disconnect happened. They were sidetracked. They started giving their emotional energy to other people. I think you also started to see that this person was just like a lover boy or a lover girl, someone you couldn't really take serious, and also someone who like had a wandering eye as well. Okay. They had a wandering eye. They were always interested in something or somebody else. That's just the energy that I'm getting here, where it's like they act like they're unattainable, hard to get, but they're easy because they're always looking for somebody. Always. This person probably be going out like looking for people, like looking at people in the face and looking at people in the eyes and stuff, just trying to like make connections with people. Like, just on some weird stuff. Like, you ever been at a party or just out and it's like you're kind of just minding your business, and then out of nowhere you look to the left and it's somebody like dead staring at you? I feel like this person be doing stuff like that. That's probably how they started talking to you, where they just like stared at you and you was just kind of like, what the why are they staring at me? And because you're inquisitive, because you want to know why, that's when the conversation started and happened. Okay. Like, that's just the vision I saw. It's like this is that type of individual. It's like they're always looking for something, like looking for the next thing. So yeah, that's when the breakdown started to happen. You actually met someone that was serious. Um, that's what you did, and this person just met someone else. Like, that's all I can say. They met someone else. They projected their emotional and romantic energy outwards to someone else. All right. So, Aquarius, I'm gonna go ahead and get you all a card from the surrender deck, and then we're just gonna close up the reading for today. So, what can you surrender to? Yeah, I don't think you even take this person seriously at all. Like, I don't even think you ever really took them serious. Like, I really just don't think so, because it's like their energy that they're showing up with is just like unserious. It's completely unserious. Like, it really is. Like the energy that they're directing towards other people is the same thing that they directed towards you. So it's like you're not dealing with this person anymore. It's like I think that in many ways you have dodged the bullet. Okay, I think in many ways you have dodged the bullet. All right, I'm just picking up that you all like met a soulmate. Okay, you met a soulmate. If not, then you will. Okay, someone that is actually going to be serious, and someone that you can actually find like true security with, because they're actually going to be there for you. They're not going to be as distracted as this person. They're not. right, so let's get you a surrender card from the surrender deck. I'm gonna get y'all we have 3. Wait, there was another one that fell. Oh yeah, it's right here. Well, you have 3. You have surrender to what is, flow with what is instead of fighting it. When you can't change a situation, compassionately accepting it exactly as it is will bring you peace. Yeah, I feel like that's something that you did within this relationship. I feel like it's something that you did. So if this was something new for you where you created a pact and you just realized, like, look, at the first sign of a red flag or some BS, I'm gonna leave. Like, if this was a pact that you created with yourself, like, good job. Okay. Good job. Keep doing that. Keep doing that. Like, don't give people the time in the day to continue to keep playing with you, especially when they already show you who they are. And you kind of already projected that this person wouldn't be serious anyway. So maybe you just decided to give it a chance. Okay. Like, I got that energy from some of the other piles where you just was like, I'm gonna just give it a chance. But you weren't afraid to cut it off and let it go if it wasn't, what you wanted or what you were expecting or hoping for. We also have surrender to complete healing. This says open fully to the loving, compassionate forces of the universe that support your physical, emotional, and spiritual healing. This is a good general message. And then we also have surrender to divine timing. Sometimes divine timing may differ from your ego's timing. If a goal isn't manifesting fast enough according to your ego, be patient and trust the universal flow. So yeah, maybe you just didn't feel like being lonely. Maybe you just wanted to, like, entertain a person or to allow someone to entertain you. All right. Maybe that's just the energy that you were in. All right. Maybe that's just the energy. So yeah, this is a good message for you. Surrender to divine timing. Because for you all that have met, this partner that's better than the person that you was dealing with that we're talking about in this reading, it's like if you met that partner, it was like it was unexpected. It came out of nowhere, and it was really just subjected to divine timing, to divine intervention. But for others of you that haven't yet met this person, it's like just understand that this person is coming in when you least expect it. Okay. They're coming in when you least expect it, and they're actually going to be what it is that you're looking for. Okay. You can actually find comfort and security with this new individual that you will be connecting with, as opposed to, someone who is distracted, someone who has a wandering eye, someone who could be flirting with other people. It's like once they find somebody that they're attracted to, someone that does something to their private parts, now they want to start investing in that. And it's just like, yeah, whoever you are connecting with is like they have an issue with impulse control. Like they definitely had an issue with impulse control, and also issues with it could be temptation as well, like just being easily tempted, or easily being like, inspired by someone new, like just feel these immense feelings of passion for someone new that they don't even know, and so now they want to go explore that. So it's what it is. Okay, it's life. It's what it is, and these are just the types of things that people do. Okay, it just is what it is. We just have to learn how to be a bit more like discerning, that and just understanding, like how you understood that if it wasn't for you, the best thing for you to do is to cut it off and to end it and to move on. So good for you, Aquarius. I'm gonna go ahead and leave it right there, y'all. It has been a long night. Okay. I didn't even think that this reading would go on for 4 hours. Like, I didn't know what I thought, but hey, it is what it is. Like, it is what it is. I definitely took a couple breaks and had to correct some people in the chat. So yeah. But I will see y'all again. I hope that you all enjoy your weekend. I'll see y'all again for the live next week. I've definitely been very, very busy. I think I'm going to actually start like posting like even more updates about my life, but more so in like the members only section. Just so I could just update y'all so y'all know that like I didn't abandon my channel when I don't show up. It's just like I'm busy. I have like a lot of other things going on. But I do like connecting with you all and, just doing my best to bring through messages, and hopefully they resonate with you and hopefully they help. So I'm going to leave it right here. I'm about to go check in with my son because it is Friday. Y'all know how kids are. They like to game. So I'm about to go check in with him and, of course, take it down. So thank you to everyone that listened to the readings, listened to the messages, even though I had to go in a little bit. Okay. Thank you to you all. And, thank you to the moderator. We have Charlene was here. Casey was here. So yeah, I appreciate y'all. And I will see y'all again. Please be blessed. Make sure you like, comment, subscribe, and also hype the videos. And don't laugh at me for coming at these people in the chat. Y'all, I have a Gemini moon, so typically when I'm not tired and I'm a bit more like intellectually on point, it's like my comebacks be even more, they do, but it is what it is. I will see y'all another time. Yeah, be blessed, y'all. All right, see y'all. Don't let these people stress y'all out.